Good morning, everybody. It is 9:06 a.m. and this is our Kennedale City Council agenda. This is a special. The date is March 7th, 2025, and March 8th, 2025 will begin at 9 a.m. today and tomorrow. We are at City Council Chambers, 405 Municipal Drive, Kennedale, Texas, 76060. Before we get started today, I do want to send a shout out and our best wishes to the Kennedale men's basketball team who's playing for the state championship today in San Antonio. And it kills me not to be there, but Coach Groff and everybody, I want you to know that your city's behind you. We're pulling for you, and God bless you. You guys have been amazing. Your team had a gritty win against Crum last Tuesday night, and you guys have made us very proud. And I know you guys will make us proud today, too. So best of luck, and we're pulling for you. With that, Madam Secretary, can I get a roll call?
Yes, sir. Mayor Pro Tem Michaels.
Here.
Place 1, Glover.
Present.
Place 2, Kobeck.
Present.
Place 4, Gary.
Here.
Place 5, Navarez.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. At this time, we're going to do our invocation and pledges. I'm going to ask Councilman Navarez to do our invocation and Mayor Pro Tem Michaels to do our pledges. Thank you, everybody. At this time, we are going to, for the record, allow for public comment, and the Kennedale City Council welcomes comments from the public. Those wishing to speak must sign in prior to the start of the meeting. Speakers may speak on any topic, whether on the agenda or not, and the Kennedale City Council cannot act upon, discuss issues raised, or make any decisions at this time. Speakers under citizens' comments shall observe a 3-minute time limit. Inquiries regarding matters not listed on this agenda may be referred to staff for research and/or possible action by the board. Madam Secretary, do we have anybody wishing to speak?
No, sir, we do not.
All right, and with that, we will move on. We're going to go ahead and enter our regular session today. We've got 3 items for individual consideration. The first being to discuss and take action on the approval of the CDBG waterline improvements for North Road. And do we have a staff report?
Morning, Mayor, Council. In front of you, you should have a MNC for the CDBG 2024 CDBG grant with the Tarrant County. That is going to place at least 1,200 linear of the 6-inch AC line to 8-inch PVC line at a cost of roughly $300,000. The county has approved $170,000. The remainder is going to be funded from the city, which is, I think, $156,000.
Also, this is a budgeted item, approved through our budget. With it, Tarrant County has requested that we get approval to move forward with the grant itself. Okay. So it's just more of a formality for Tarrant County.
Any discussion, questions?
I have one question. I noticed that these, basically, it's going to go up to the, I think it's 420 or 500 Avalon Mobile Home Park.
Correct.
Why are we not extending it out to Dick Price Road where we have a 12-inch to an 8-inch to a 12-inch instead of a 12 to an 8 to a 2?
Good question. That was, the original limits were from North 3rd Street all the way to Dick Price. However, that limit didn't make the requirement for the CDBG grant because of the the population size in that area, as well as the financial for the residents in that area. They have to meet some criteria. So they didn't have sufficient residents living beyond the trailer park, and they didn't have they didn't meet the threshold for the financial side. So that's why the county.
All right, yeah, that makes sense because this is based off the income of the area.
Correct.
And once you get past the mobile home park, it becomes commercial. So that makes sense. Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Other questions, discussion points?
How much more of the asbestos cement water line do we have in the city?
The top of my head, I can't give you a correct answer, but I could research that. But we do have a lot. I would say at least 50%. But as we do development, we are replacing those as we go. That's our first priority, to remove those. And similar for on the sewer side, we have a lot of clear pipe. So we need to start removing those as well.
I'm sorry, did you say we're removing them or are we burying them?
But the asbestos cement?
Yeah.
We have to bury that.
Yeah, okay, okay, thank you.
But I'm talking about the sewer one.
Well, you said removal, I know how much expensive that is.
It's
That's
very
why-
expensive, so yeah.
Other questions, comments, discussion items?
So, I do have a question. So do we, and this might be more of a Daryl question, but do we, but I guess the projection is 298, the amount our cost is 156, it's a difference of about 30 grand. Is that just additional cost? I don't see a bid here, so I don't know what the difference. I was just wondering what that difference is, about $29,000.
Are you talking about the difference in the grant itself? And
Well,
hardwood?
yeah, the grant's 170, it's costing right at 298 is the bid. So we're asking, we're doing 156, that's a difference of about 30 grand.
Yeah, it's the
Because
difference one.
we didn't include engineering and survey.
Okay. That's not part of the bid from the company?
No.
It's separate?
That's
Okay.
part that we have to
Our cost.
fund, because the county is not going to fund those.
Okay.
The county is just funding construction.
So that's just the construction cost? Okay.
Correct. That extra $28,000 is basically for engineering and survey.
Do you know, who do we use for that engineering, do you know?
Shield Engineering.
Bill?
Further discussion? Then I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve items 1, 2, and 3.
I think we still have to go through 2 and 3, don't we?
Well, we can't group it together?
Does anybody want to discuss that further? Sure we can.
I think we should discuss them separately.
Certainly.
Okay, then I will like to amend my motion, and I put a motion to approve item 1.
All right.
I second the amended motion.
All right. Any further discussion? All in favor? And for the record, all opposed with a like sign. Madam Secretary, the motion passes unanimously 5-0. Our next item is to discuss and take action on approval of amendment number 1 for the T4 ground storage water tank. And to open the discussion, I believe we as a council, back several months ago, we approved the bid process, if that is correct, to go out and get bids. And, obviously there's a, the price on this is what it is. And this is something that, certainly we need to do our diligence on, but it's also something, I'd remind the council that the city of Arlington is expecting us to get done in terms of our agreements to the water contract. So I will open the floor. Do we have a staff report? You want to do that first or?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. So the onset, like back in 2023, the council approved the replacement of the tank. They went to bid and we came back on, I think in June of 24, and we did receive a bid. However, when we sent for a proposal, there were only one entity that responded to the request for proposal, We did have some meeting with some other tank manufacturers. However, based on the discussion we had with those, the minimum, the price that they came back with, because I asked for what's the estimated price for a $750,000 gallon tank, their prices were over $2 million. That being said, Aquastar was the only one that came in with around $100 million, $996,000 or something like that. But that being said, they didn't include all the foundation work on that proposal. They just had the manufacturing of the tank. They didn't include the pipe, the foundation, the testing, the inspection. So this MNC in front of you there is for amendment to that original bid of $996,000 to include a turnkey operation for the inspection, the construction, and the piping. So basically, we are asking for that increase from $1 million to $1.5 million to do a turnkey operation.
And just for my own understanding, why, is there a reason why the additional costs weren't included up front with that?
The Aquastar didn't include that because they were just looking at the manufacturing. They thought that we were going to do that in-house, and we tried to do it not in-house, but as separate entity from third-party contractors, but the prices were exorbitant. They were more than what Aquastar proposed on this amendment. Because if we have to do the piping, that was like something like $300,000 with a separate contract. And then if we have to do the foundation, was I think $150,000. So overall, it was going to be more than $500,000. So we decided to go forward with a turnkey operation, so we have one person to go to if there's an issue, instead of having to go to separate subcontractors, so to speak.
Okay. And I'll open the floor for discussion, questions from our council.
So was there some sort of communication breakdown between the city and Texas Aquastar about what was actually going to be included?
No, there was no miscommunication. Aquastar didn't, I guess they didn't comprehend what the proposal was requesting.
So that would be a breakdown in communication. There was some kind of communication breakdown.
To some extent, yes, if you want to say.
And now we're going to increase the cost by about 58%.
But think about it. We looked at the on-site about doing the flat work with other contractors, and the prices was coming back more than what we got from Aquastar for this amendment.
So where are we planning to get this $560,896?
Well, originally, this was budgeted with the ARPA fund. So we should have money in the ARPA fund to cover this.
John, can you come up?
George could, I mean, Jonathan, our finance director, could go in more depth with the finance.
So functionally, it will come from that excess in the 2024 bond for infrastructure projects. But when you look at the bond language, 2024 doesn't allow for water sewer projects. So we're actually going to pull it from the 2023 bond, which does, and move the Sweeney Hyatt rebuild to the 2024 bond.
So we're going to flip projects, basically.
Yes, we have to get around the, not to say get around, but to comply with the bond language, because 2023 allows for water sewer improvements, but 2024 does not. So we'll move a street project from 23 to 24 and then use the 23 bond for this additional water project.
Is there anything that was supposed to get funded using the ARPA fund that's not going to get funded?
No. No, there are two projects on the ARPA fund. They're both water projects, and those will continue to happen. The funding is there for those after we add this additional $600,000 for this tank project.
So in July, Christian, I think you said that you anticipated this tank being operational by early this year.
Correct.
Is that still on track, or is this, oops, we left some stuff out, whoever left it out, is that going to delay that operational timeline?
Not necessarily. If we approve this amendment today, the tank is already in manufacturing process right now. So once that is approved and they get the okay to continue with the soil amendment, it should be done because it's only going to take them, the longest it's going to be is the shipping of the tank to be here. The construction, it should take probably 40 days, 45 days. So
It's still
2 months.
projected to be in July.
So summer, we should be done as usual.
Okay.
But if we delay this and say, well, we have to go back and have it come back to council for the next time, then it's going to be on the summer.
A 58% increase because of a miscommunication is pretty big. And that's concerning. So maybe a lesson to be learned here is going forward, we need to make sure that our communication with whoever the contractor is maybe a little clearer. Just saying.
Understood. I don't think it's a miscommunication. I think it's a misconception on the engineering side. They didn't include engineering into the manufacturing. They just did manufacturing.
Well, any way you spin it, it's a miscommunication. They thought one thing and we thought something else.
Okay.
It's one thing, we did request a turnkey operation with it. The issue became is we had no other options. The options were not there. Once we were able to communicate with the company itself, the organization, it gave us opportunity to go back and negotiate the contract. You guys have not approved the contract. You approved the process to start the bid process with the organization itself. You have not approved the contract itself. That's what we're presenting tonight. Ultimately, we should have been able to do this probably 3 months ago. Because of the negotiations side of it, trying to find a cheaper way to get ultimately the tank connected to Arlington's water utilities was the difficult part. We did go out for independent, trying to find a cheaper way of doing it before we brought it back to you because of that. Ultimately, we had, during the RFP, we have a meeting that allows all contractors to come in and basically confirm what we're asking of. Out of all of those communications that we had with the contractors, only one was saying, hey, we can do it under the 1.2 million, which came to this price. That's the reason why I was able to move forward with that. All the other contractors indicated they were not able to complete it under $2 million. So as we moved forward with the proposal that they done, we started looking at the contract indicating, hey, we're making sure we got everything, and we caught that. So yeah, so to indicate there's a communication issue, yes, I think it is, but we caught it. That's the reason why we're bringing it today for amendment to what his contract ultimately is. So to indicate, yeah, there's communications issue based off of the bid process, not the contract itself. That's the reason why we have the contract to you today.
So we're voting on spending the 1.6 or whatever, 1.5 something. But so once you get that approval, then you'll do the contract and it'll come back to us to say, go for, or this is saying, hey, the contract's good.
That's it. That's correct.
So we don't see that contract before it goes into effect or anything, or?
We can, absolutely.
I think we share it with everybody.
Yeah,
on the council.
absolutely.
That would- So Jonathan, if I can confirm, so the 560 that we're taking from the 2023 bond to do this with, that shouldn't hurt any other projects from that bond?
We're moving a project from the 2023 bond to the 2024 bond.
Okay.
We're using that excess that we had for beyond the public safety remodel funding.
Okay.
That'll cover the additional Sweeney High rebuild. So we're moving Sweeney High rebuild from 23 to 24, and then putting the excess for this tank project on 2023.
And the excess for the 2024 was for the design of Little Road and Sublet, right?
Yes, with that, there's also a reimbursement component to that.
Correct.
So that's,
50%.
we're expecting that to wash, and we'll be able to use the reimbursed portion to cover Sweeney Hyatt.
Okay.
Other discussion? Questions?
I'm still trying to wrap my head around this whole thing. So obviously, there was a communication breakdown. So was it the communication breakdown between the city bidding part, or was it the communication breakdown between the engineer and the bidding part? Because, I mean, I'm trying to wrap my head, I know when we go out for bids, somebody has to do the language of what we're bidding for. And is that something that you do, or is that something the engineers do, or is that something that the attorneys do?
Well, it's a combination of all. I helped wrote the request for proposal in collaboration with Shield Engineering. But I want to say the breakdown is between what we proposed and what the contractor responded with. The contractor didn't do what we asked for.
Right, and I actually went online and looked for that bid, and that bid said to install and remove a storage tank.
Right.
So I don't see what the breakdown would be, because that's telling me that you're going to remove one and you're going to install a new one. So, and then, was there any options like possibly using Arlington to tie into the storage tank?
Arlington declined to do that.
Okay, I know that when we worked on the contract with Arlington 7 years ago, they said they would do some engineering for us and construction for us. And so they just denied it, so they're going against their contract. Because, I mean, I know that was something that was talked about, that they can save us some money because they have the engineers and then they have the people that can install lines.
Well, that was some of the discussions we had with the Arlington contract to begin with. That was one of the issues we had complaints on for the first contract that was written. One, unable to get the timely construction completed. That was one of the issues that we had. They would, if it wasn't a priority for them, we were unable to get a scheduled repair date. Talking to Arlington on this here, they did give us recommendations, what they wanted or what they wanted to see. So it's a combination of talking to Arlington, because it's Arlington's water, okay? So they're the ones that gave us the instructions on what to do. They were unable to do the connection, the concrete, the things that was along for the additional cost. We were understanding they'll be able to help us with that. Once the communications went further into it, the timing, everything associated was just not matching up. So even with the previous contract, we did make an adjustments to it where we had the option to go out and get subcontractors to help so we can have it in a more timely manner. Does that answer? Okay.
It makes sense, but it doesn't make sense. I mean, that's the whole purpose of contracting our water out to Arlington, to get that extra help that we don't have.
Well, with that, I'll use an example. The water line that we had on North New Hope. So they were not able to complete or do that within a timely manner. It was actually 3 months before Arlington was scheduled to be able to do that. So we had several of those incidents where I don't want to say it wasn't a priority for them, but they also have scheduled repairs on their side.
And I understand that, because during that time, we were resurfacing that road, and that ductile iron just kept breaking every time. So, that's why we decided it needed to be replaced. And that way, we don't fix a road, the main breaks, and then we're digging up the road and just defeating the purpose. All right, I just wanted to check on that and see if that was an option, but.
Well, and to your point as well on the engineering, there was some failure in that manner as well. To your point for communications, to a certain extent, just like you're reading the contract itself or the proposal, it was for that. The part that truly was not in there was the utilities of connecting Arlington to the tank. That's where we believe that was going to have the help of Arlington to help us do that. And again, in the contract, we had the option of being able to have subcontractors come out.
I mean, my deal, I just think it's common sense. If you're building a tank, obviously you're going to connect it to something. And that should have already been figured out by common sense. It's going to go to the pump station, you got to have water coming in. If not, you're just going to have a dry tank. So, but okay, I'm good with it. Thank you.
Other questions, discussion items?
So one, I think, quick question for Christian. Christian, I see the call out in here that there's a 3-year warranty, I guess, for the Casco mixer that goes into the tank. Just at a high level, what is the warranty for this tank based on this work? You mentioned you just want one vendor to go back to if there's a problem, which I agree with. How long will they support it? If it leaks, busts, whatever, do they carry the insurance in case there's, a flood of someone's home? Is that all on them at this point?
Yes.
Okay, and so the warranty period is for how long?
The tank is, I believe the manufacturing tank is 25 years warranty on the tank.
Okay.
Everything else is, I think, is 3 years, or 1 year, I believe.
Just maybe, off the top of your head, it's more of a curious question. If they're not in business in 25 years, let's say in 24 years, the tank ruptures, how do we get that covered?
Then it's back on us. Otherwise, if they're out of business, then it's on the city.
All right, I know there's another means of recourse there. Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Does that 3-year warranty mean that going forward, we need to think about the possibility that we will need to be replacing that in, 3 years, 5 years?
It-
Just for budgeting concerns, is that something we need to think about going forward?
Well, we should be thinking about operation and maintenance ongoingly, because you can't predict if the mixer or a water line is going to break. So we need to start preparing and having money budgeted for operation and maintenance. But if it sort of should happen within that warranty period, yes, they're going to be replacing that.
Christian, I think she was asking how long should we expect this tank to kind of last this time? I think last year we had it, 40, 50 years? 20 years? Yeah.
On Aquastar, they're basing it as a lifetime warranty basis. It's a glass-infused steel, so it's not a steel tank per se.
Not the old version of the tank, it's a modern
Right,
version of it.
right. So they're expecting, I don't know, 50, 100 years, but who's to say? I don't know.
Oh, yeah, especially around Kennedale, right?
But I think a lot of it too is these tanks will last a little bit longer if they do maintenance on them. I'm trying to remember what year that tank was put in, and I'm thinking it was probably either 97, 98. I know the one behind the fire station was put in about 98. And when there's a lack of maintenance on them and you want to know why they start leaking, because they're not being sealed or inspected or anything else like that. So our deal is when this tank comes in, we need to come in, I think it's every 5 years that you do an inspection on it to make sure everything's good on it.
The tank
while it's
should be
still under
inspected
warranty.
once a year.
Okay, well, then I think we need to start making sure that stuff's getting done. I mean,
Right, and-
I know we budget it but we need to actually take the time to do the work because, having a tank that's been in the ground for 20 years or above ground for 20 years and just basically fell because of lack of maintenance, we have no one to blame but the city. So, and it's the same way with the one behind the fire station at T1. That one's leaking too, so that falls back onto the city for the lack of maintenance.
That one also needs replacement very soon.
Okay, that's it. I don't have any more questions. Oh, one more question. Sorry. This tank going in, well, is it a steel tank going in? Is it going to be welded or is it going to be a bolt-in tank?
It's going to be infused, so they're going to be connecting glass to glass to glass. So the steel is infused in that glass.
Right, so,
So
okay.
there's no welding.
Yeah, because I know there's some that you can bolt together.
Right.
And then there's still things that they weld together. Okay, I
Yeah,
just
this is
wanted to
no-
check on that.
There's no welding on this.
All right, thank you.
Christian, can we outsource could Aquasur do the routine maintenance on these tanks?
They could.
Okay. So I know that, I think we talked about this before, we need, the lack of replacement of the sacrificial anode rods is kind of what's led us here a little bit sooner than expected. We'll have a plan to not have that happen again in the future. So I think that's what Councilman Michaels is saying as well.
Yeah. But since I came on board, I had the tanks inspected. You have to have either get a diver to get inside your tank or you use robots. So, and those are, it's not very expensive, so I've been doing that every year now, and that's how we're finding out that the tanks need replacement.
Right. Well, inspection is one thing, but even like, in your home hot water heater, you have an anode rod, should be replaced every few years to
Right.
extend the life. We're going to do that now
Yes,
as Mayor Pro Tem.
we're gonna do a tank inspection every year.
Well, hang on. Inspection's not the same as actually doing the maintenance. Just want to make sure we're clear on that. So you're saying inspection, but do you mean inspection and maintenance?
No, just inspecting to tell you, well, the tank has leaks, need, the anodes on it, the cathodic protection need replacement. That's what the inspection is gonna tell you. Then you have to start saying, well, how are we gonna replace that? How are we gonna do the maintenance on that? That's where your money comes in.
The inspection will tell us what we need to maintain, ultimately.
Yeah, the inspection is not gonna fix it for you. They're gonna point out what's wrong and what needs
Agree, but there's a
replacement.
schedule for replacing those rods. So understood. I think we just need to put that in the budget moving forward, that we'll just have money set aside to replace those.
Yeah, so once we get the inspection done on, let's say we inspect all the tanks, and they tell you this one needs priority this year, then we need to make sure we get that. Otherwise, it's gonna be like where we at right now with the T4.
One other thing is, obviously, we have partnered with Arlington for water services. So we have inspections and maintenance also with Arlington to help us in that same concept. Even by law, correct me if I'm wrong on Christian, but these annual inspections should be done by law. Unfortunately, that has not been done in the past, and we will have those completed. Obviously, that's one of the things that Arlington has a requirement also. As we move forward, this will be completed.
Christian, none of that was a quip against you. You know, we see since you've been here how much maintenance you have been doing with the parks and the roads and things like that. But anybody who's been here long enough knows that that's been our problem in the past. That's why we're here trying to fix it now. And we just want you to, moving forward, to be aware of, don't let things slide. You know, if it's going to cost, bring it before whatever council's there and let us deal with it so we don't go back to a way that we used to be around here.
I mean, that would be our goal, but, and just like everyone knows, it costs money. And I know we, as a city here at Kennedale, we are struggling. If it was me, like when I had discussion with Darrell, I need $100 million to get the streets to up where they're at. We need $250 million to get utilities to where they should be. We don't have that. So we're just taking it with a grain of salt and do what we can as we move along.
I mean, to the point, that's where we have to make, obviously, today is going to help us be able to hit that priorities. How do we want to move forward? And this is one of those steps to help us do exactly that.
Any further? Sorry.
Just since budgeting is coming up, I just want to provide a point of clarity on the budget, that the water and sewer is supposed to be self-sustaining, so it should be independent of the general fund. Correct. So as we're talking about budgeting, that'll be part of the water fund, the water sewer, and then the storm fund. That's going to be separate from the general fund. So part of the rate increase or the rate study that was done included costs for maintenance. That's part of the water rate increase that we'll see for this year and going forward. Maintenance is built into that.
Further discussion, questions?
So just to clarify, we really need to push this through because we got to keep on track with our commitment to Arlington, pretty much, correct? Is that where we stand on this?
They're
And we need it,
expecting us
yes, we need it, but
yes.
more than anything, but we need to keep everything on track for the next 5 years, I guess.
That's correct. And, I've talked with the city manager and, we've had discussions with the city of Arlington also on that end, what they expect us to see moving forward. If you notice, usually during his monthly updates at our council meeting, the city manager will usually give us an update kind of on the whole capital improvements projects and stuff that they've asked us to do as well. So, but yes, to answer your question, Arlington is expecting us to get this done.
And then just to chime in that, it's not only because of Arlington, because we need to supply. We, right now, at where we at, our typical usage right now is 3 million a. We don't have the capacity for 3 million without the storage tank.
Christian, one last question, just real quick. When we do the tanks, we're going to install the pumps as well to become compliant with the state?
No, the pumps that we have right now, they're still
I'm talking about the
sufficient.
generators, I'm sorry, the generators for the pumps.
No,
So when do we get the generators for the pumps?
based on the EPP for the TCQ, we should have them in 2027.
Wow, okay. And they're okay with that? Because they're the ones that we're running out of
With
time.
Arlington,
Okay,
yeah, this is state requirement for the EPP, yes. So
All right.
that's, by 2027, we should have to have at least the generators in.
okay, thank you.
And I believe from a previous discussion, maybe in July, one of those generators will be on the new storage tank.
We would have to have it by 2027.
Okay, I got another question. I'm sorry, Christian.
You good?
Right now, we have T4, which we have a well there, and it's 380 gallons a minute pumping out of the ground. I know that we're supposed to start decommission our wells. So this is critical that Arlington ties into this ground storage because we have booster pumps there. So that well will be going away then. So there
Yes.
wouldn't be any way to put
It's-
water in it.
The one in T4 is capped, yes.
So when they start building this tank, are they going to tie it into the well, or are you
No.
just going to go ahead and cap it?
Yes, it's
and then
capped already.
Be tied into Arlington? Okay,
Direct connection now.
I'm good. I won't ask any more questions.
Anyone care to make a wager on that? Any further discussion, questions? Then I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve the amendment number 1 for T4 ground storage water tank.
Do we have a second?
I will second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor? And for the record, all opposed? Madam Secretary, the motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council.
You can still ask it. Okay. Then I won the bet. Our final item for individual consideration is to discuss and take action to authorize an agreement for new construction in Town Center.
Yes, Craig Hughes, the partner in Town Center, should have been here today, and it appears he has not made it. What he is requesting is to approve a loan for Building 3. You were sent the plans for the conceptual plan for that building. By contract of our 380 agreement with them, it is required for us to approve the concept of the loan. And that's what he's asking for this building. It's very similar, same thing that we did for the new Dollar General building. It is the same.
I will open the floor for discussion, questions.
How much money to date have we invested in Town Center? Best guess.
That's a hard question. Roughly, the deal was done back in 2009. So we, obviously, EDC owns the land, and then the building side of it, the partnership, was done with a organization that was not Craig Hughes. So it flipped in 2 years. Craig Hughes purchased the agreement with the EDC. With that, he came in, he built 2 buildings, now the Dollar General. To indicate the money that we have invested in it beyond that, I'm not aware of any of that other than the original purchase.
Any idea of how much revenue the city gets from Town Center? Just a guess again?
It's roughly 20,000 a month, and that's for the building number one, where the old Dollar General is, City Electric, unique antique store. That building is EDC's building. So we roughly get 20 million or 20,000 a month for that.
So approximately $250,000 a year. Okay. Now, he has a lease.
Correct.
Okay, when does that lease expire?
2030.
And what happens after that?
We sell the property to him for $1.
So we're investing in a lot of money.
I wouldn't indicate we're investing money by the contract. In a sense, the EDC owns the land. With the 380 agreement, Craig Hughes is approved to be able to build on that land by contract. By 2030, he is required to have each EDC property have a building on it. So building number 3, and there's the land that's next to the subway, are the only 2 lands still not built on. So once he gets building 3 up, he only has that one parcel to build.
I think one of the big issues with Town Center has always been the parking. And if you're taking up space to add another building, is that going to exacerbate the parking issues?
By the UDC requirements to today's standards, yes. What it was in 2009, no.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Daryl. I'm
No,
just
you're fine.
trying to get it out there, clear picture
Absolutely.
on the record, okay?
Yeah, absolutely.
So in this building 3 that they're going to build, it's pretty much at his cost, everything right now?
Absolutely.
So
Every bit of it.
how would the city help in any way? Just on some of the inspection fees or whatever, or we just?
Yeah, there's still permit fees, water tap, sewer tap. There's still cost that on a building side of it, just like any other building, Craig Hughes has to do that. The only thing that's not required is a traffic study, which the traffic study was done already. But other than that, all other permit fees, inspections, he does it just like anybody else. There's no break in that manner. It's 100% his building.
Now, there have been times in the past when some of those buildings up there, at least parts of them, have sat vacant for quite some time. So is there an anticipation that there would be tenants already lined up to go in? You understand what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
it doesn't really make sense to make the parking situation worse and put another building there that's going to sit vacant. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, honestly, which is not necessarily unusual. He has indicated to the EDC several times that he has proposed tenants to move in. He has built the building, or will build the building, to a standard to have at least one restaurant, sit-down restaurant that's roughly 5,000 square feet. He does not have a tenant for that. One of the things that we're helping him is on the EDC side to be able to locate a company that can come in there.
So the capital that he's fronting, I mean, is there a chance that he could potentially get that outside of us? Somebody else fund his building?
Well, the funding is not necessarily the issue on it. It's with us having a 380 agreement. The 380 agreement indicates that we're going to approve him to build on the EDC property through contract. But the funding side of it, it's really not there.
Okay.
It truly is 100% his.
Right, so just to confirm, he's encumbering the land, and that's what we're approving, because he's
correct.
Okay.
taking out a loan against the land.
That's it.
Or to build on it, so we have to authorize that, because he doesn't own the land until 2030 if all the other parts of the agreement are met.
That's correct.
Other questions, further discussion?
After 2030, we still own the land, but he owns the buildings, right?
No, it's
Did all of it
100%
switch?
his.
Okay, thank you.
Then I will entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I make a motion to approve item 3.
Do we have a second?
I'll second. I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor? And all opposed? Madam Secretary, the motion passes 3-2. And at this time, we're going to move into our work session. Does anybody need to take a break before we do? Absolutely. It's 9:51. Let's adjourn, take a 5-7 minute break, and we'll be back. Thank you. It is 10:05. We're going to go ahead and reconvene. Mr. Sims?
Good morning, Kennedale City Council. I would say it's a pleasure for me to be here. I've been looking forward. I'm going to take a minute to tell you a little bit about myself and why I think I'm a good candidate to work with you all today. I was in the city management profession for 33 years. I was 15 years as city manager of Cedar Hill, just across the way a little bit to the east. I retired from there in 2015. And my wife says that I flunked retirement. So I went to work in Dallas for a couple of years, and then I did a couple of interim city manager jobs in a couple other cities. But I've been 100% retired since 2019. And I'm currently a member of the Cedar Hill City Council. I ran in 2019 and been mayor pro tem for 4 years. And I will be honest with you, never in a million years did I think I would be on the city council. It just never something I was envisioned, but I'm not trying to be, I don't want anybody to get weirded out or anything, but I was at my church and I heard this clear voice say, run for council. And I said, no. And then I went to my pastor, and I said, I'm trying to decide if I want to obey that voice. And he said these words that stuck with me. He said, there are consequences of disobedience. And I'm like, okay, I've disobeyed before I know that. So I ran in 2019 and I won. And we have 3-year terms. I came up for re-election in 22. I didn't draw an opponent. I came up for re-election in 25. I didn't draw an opponent. So I'll be sworn in again in May, but I've been on the council since 2019. I am really excited about being here. Let me explain why. Being part of your strategic planning process, I interviewed every member of this council, and I'm not going to run away from this. There are some challenges. I think you all would agree there are some challenges, but it reminds me a lot of when I came to Cedar Hill. I had a phone call during the interview process as me coming for city manager interviews. I had a phone call and a guy says, do not go to Cedar Hill. The council is split. They don't see eye to eye. Don't even go there. But I felt led to go, and I went. And the only vote that they ever had, and I noticed you all had some unanimous votes, but the only vote they ever had was for me to be city manager. But what I discovered after I came on board, like you all, they all wanted Cedar Hill to be successful. And what I did discover, every one of you wants Kennedale to be successful. Is there any disagreement there? No, every one of you want Kennedale to be successful. And what I told the council then, and this is what I told the mayor and the city manager, that they needed to develop, I told that council they needed to develop consensus on one vision. We had 7 council members, 7 different visions, and it was really difficult, me as a city manager, to be going 7 different directions. I just said, we have one direction as a city that we're going to. So a little bit more about Cedar Hill that was similar to Kennedale. It was diverse demographically, income-wise. We had all levels of income. I think you all have that here in Kennedale. All levels of housing stock, you had all that levels here. There were challenges. I was listening to your discussion. We had challenges with revenue. Y'all, that resonates here. We had challenges with infrastructure. That resonates here. Challenges with facilities. You all I haven't heard that, but I suspect that. So what I see is so many things that are very similar. They had challenges with staffing, challenge with compensation, and I suspect all that is here in Kennedale. And what we did have was a general consensus, and there was a comment that made from my mayor, and it really stuck with me. He said, what we plan to do is focus on the things that we have in common. not our differences. That's how we moved from where we were to another stage in City Grove. Focus on the things we have in common, not our differences. So I hope we can do that. Focus on the things we have in common, not necessarily our differences. And why? Flat out. And one of the things that I'm gonna tell you, you may not like what I say, but I'm gonna always be honest with you. People that anybody knows me, I'm gonna always be honest with you. The future of Kennedale is at stake. That's why I think it's important for us to focus on the things we have in common. And also, I don't know if you feel like this, but I've discovered that being in public service is almost like a calling. This is what I noticed about you. City government and working in the public sector, it's important. It matters a lot. What you all were discussing, you all affect people's lives. You all work every day, tell me if I'm wrong, to make Kennedale a better place. Is there any disagreement with that? I mean, you all do that. And I suspect, like I did, every now and then you get criticized. Everybody's smiling on that one. There's some criticism, and you do this without many pats on the back. So I'm gonna tell you a story about something that happened to me, and then I want you to share some things, because I'm not gonna do a lot of talking. You got some notes pads in front of you, but what you do matters a lot. It's very, very important, and I didn't realize it until I had a citizen that had a problem. I was involved in solving that problem. This citizen was so appreciative, she brought me in a box of chocolates. And every one of you are problem solvers. Every one of you care about your community. What you do is important and it matters. And so for a minute, just to start off today as our little introductory icebreaker, just share with me. That was my most rewarding public service, what I did mattered to this citizen so much that they brought me in a box of chocolates. I would like for you, if you don't mind, share your fondest memory of public service. And I believe the mayor was going to start us off with his fondest memory of public service.
You know, it's probably several. And, you know, I think the things that I really appreciate, really enjoy, are just when there's nobody else around or something, or I'll go for a walk or something and somebody will snag me down and just say, hey, you know, thank you for doing that. And I think those are the things that, you know, it's not ever out on social media or whatever. It's just those where you can tell that maybe you really actually had a chance to help somebody solve a problem. And I think just a conglomeration of those moments would be.
Ms. Kovac, your fondest memory of public service?
It's kind of funny because it just recently happened. Yeah, I'll take this. Okay. It's kind of funny because this just recently happened. I had a couple of residents in a neighborhood that had approached me about a problem, and I did my best to work with them. But about a week ago, while I was working at my job over in Lake Worth, I got a call on our store devices, from the store manager. Could I please come up to customer service? Well, the reason they wanted me to come up to customer service was because there was a Kennedale resident who had driven all the way to Lake Worth, and she was looking for me. And it was one of these people in this neighborhood, and she had just happened that the store manager was the person up at customer service that she walked up to and said, I'm looking for Thelma Kovac. And she was telling him at length what had happened and how I had helped her and her neighborhood. And I mean, it was obvious, he was kind of like, and here's Thelma. And, you know, and the fact that she drove 26 miles or so, almost 30 miles, to Lake Worth, to the store I worked at, to find me so that she could pop in and say hello and do some shopping, and was here standing here telling the store manager all of this, was just,
Wow, that's good.
whoa.
What you do is important and it matters. Mr. Glover.
Just make sure it's on. It's backwards, so I'm not sure if it's on too. For me, I think, first of all, I never expected to be sitting up here in the first place. It's just an honor to be here most of the time. But what I'm looking most forward to is seeing decisions we've made today have an effect in 20 years. Not the stuff that it comes and it goes and it's going to be voted on, but the things that have a big impact. So look at things like the Little Road extension. When there's finally a bridge over the railroad tracks and all that other land east of the railroad tracks and parkways, and really tied in, that'll be a nice win for the whole town, for the whole community. But it's going to take 10 years maybe. That'll be a fun time to be. So that's what I'm probably most fond of, is just making the decisions now. They're hard, that are going to pay off in the future, much longer in the future.
Mr. Gary. Fondest memory of public service?
Well, I mean, I was thinking, what Mr. Glover said just now about, like he said, decisions we now make now 8, 10, 15 years down the road for our grandkids, our kids. They'd be riding down the road one day and, know that, their family member has something to do with it. But as far as probably one of the better things I could say as far as working with the other council members, me and Mr. Michaels, I was working with those guys over in Pennsylvania. Ken went down there. He's the one that went down in the dirt, not me, but went down in there and we got a problem solved for about, 50 or 100 residents down there. So that was pretty rewarding that, you get some texts and emails afterwards and thank yous for that kind of stuff. So working with other council members to get certain things done is a pretty good thing.
Mr. Michaels.
This thing on? All right. Well, I'm a go-getter type of person. I'm going to share the last one that, I guess the problem solving that I had. We had a citizen that for about a month, he was complaining about low water pressure. And so he complained about it. I went out and tried to find the problem, found a leak, thought the problem was solved. About a month later, we get another email, but this time he sends a video. And the video was just showing his kitchen sink just trickling water. So my first thing was going, oh, well, it's not a city problem, it's a plumbing problem. So I went and contacted his wife, contacted him by email and explained to him how to fix the problem. And he kept saying that it was, a city issue, AT&T did something, that, damaged it. That weekend, he came in and took his aerator off, soaked it in vinegar, hooked it back up. And he has water pressure.
Wow.
So something so simple, but, and then you get an email saying, hey, guys, I'm sorry. I mean, this guy emailed everybody, every councilman, AWWA, state of Texas, I mean, just everybody. And just something so simple, and he just came back and said, hey, guys, I'm sorry, I'm eating crow on this. I appreciate it. And that's where being a public servant, you don't get that pat on the back.
Yes,
It's just one of those deals. You get more complaints than you get that, hey, I appreciate you taking the time to do this. So that was one of many that I've done. So, but I really appreciate that one.
Mr. Navarez.
Yeah, for me, it's really kind of hard when you've been doing this for as long as I have. There's just so many good memories, like the 75th anniversary of our birthday of our city, and the tree lighting, just standing up there with all of you guys and our families and just looking around going, man, this is what this town's about. But for me, I think my aha moment, especially in the last 2 years of serving on council, was some of my loudest opponents over the years, some even people putting my face in the yard, have come up to me and said, you know what, I was wrong and you're doing a good job, and shook my hand. It's really big of them after all those years of conflict to say that. And to me, it almost brought me to tears, because it just shows that all this effort and all this time, which is the greatest commodity I can give, is my time, that it's noticed and it's appreciated.
Good. So what I have heard and what we can agree on is what we do is important to the citizens. Is there any doubt there? Can we all agree on that? Yes. It matters. I mean, it's really important. we can all agree that we want Kennedale to be successful. I haven't heard, in my conversations, I heard that from every one of you. Can we agree that over the next day or two, we'll try to find common ground? Can we just today agree that we'll try to find common ground? We agree that we're going to try to establish a consensus. We're not going to be 100%, but a consensus on a vision to move Kennedale forward. I need concurrence that I'm going to go the right direction, because if we don't want to do that, then I'm wasting your time. Things we want to agree, I've been married 52 years. My wife and I, we disagree all the time, and I love her with all my heart. But can we agree today, we may disagree, but we will have mutual respect for each other? Is that something we can all agree on? I'm just trying to see what kind of things we can all agree on today before we move forward. Another agreement, every one of you has a voice, and I'm not going to let anybody be silent. I'm just so you know, if you're not communicating, I'm going to make sure everybody has a voice, and every voice is going to be respected. And then the last thing, can we agree that in order for us to move forward, open and honest communication is critical? Can I get a nod? Okay, Darrell, we got agreement on all those things. Speaking of communication, you each took the DISC profile. And one of the things about the DISC profile, we've had some challenges. So,
While you're getting that up, Darrell, you didn't speak. You've been in public service for 30 years. Anything you want to say?
I will if you want. To be honest, I've been asked this question several times. What is my proudest moment? And that is becoming a school resource officer. When I came to Kennedale, or just in a sense, when I came an officer, I had a perception of what that was. What should I be? How do I go about doing the job? And over years of being a certain way, I went into a school district that taught me a different way of policing. And with that, it changed my career totally. And with that, the reason why I say that, several years after that, I had a gentleman, a student that came up to me that still lives in the city, and he told me how it changed his life. And that's one of my most proudest moments. And I've had several of those, and each one of those are still living here today. And they still thank me today for what I did for them then, and not knowing that I made a difference in their actions, the way they went about their business. Is an influence that I learned, and it's probably the biggest one. And I think just like everybody here, getting a thank you that we've done something good for someone, I think it's really noticeable and should be recognized that we do that every day. We may not be told, but that's also that builds our legacy as I get older. What do we want to be remembered as? What did we do good? And I think every council, every employee wants that same pat on the back, and it made a difference in my life.
yes, it's powerful. You know, I've had just me personally, I've had a good long career. Lots of awards. When I retired, they named a building after me. I was given honorary doctorate degrees, but I can tell you the one that matters most is when a citizen was so appreciative of what I did, they brought in a box of chocolates. That's you all heard that. Out of all the things that's happened to me, the fact that what I did mattered most, mattered a lot, meant more than anything. That's my fondest memory. Let me talk about, we're going to talk a little bit about this. I'm going to listen. Let's see if this plays. It's not playing.
volume's not where it needs to be.
Okay, it's not coming in.
IT.
They already fixed it once.
Oh, you're doing it on the wrong one. That's why. That's not plugged in. So where'd the mouse go? It's there, it's just invisible. Hold on. Oh, it's just the mouse is invisible. We need to play off of here. Oh, there. Oh, it's down in the corner. We just need to play it off of here. We're good. Did you turn it off and on, sir?
This is DISC. It gives you a quick, intuitive way.
That's loud.
If we can just
I got you.
pull that down a little bit.
To understand yourself and the needs and priorities of the people around you. It describes 4 basic.
Go backwards.
Behind it. So these down here. Okay. Yep. Want me to refresh this one for you? The video? We just gotta refresh it.
Close that door so we're not blasting sound out in the hallway.
Yeah, just, when you're done with this, X this out, and then pick your PowerPoint and hit F5.
I don't want to be accused of
Whichever
having
one.
another meeting, but
Just hit F5.
I was worried about somebody coming in.
Yes, sir. That'll start the PowerPoint presentation mode.
This is DISC. It gives you a quick, intuitive way to understand yourself and the needs and priorities of the people around you. It describes 4 basic styles: D, I, S, and C. If you have a D or dominant style, you probably speak your mind, focus on the bottom line, and take pride in winning. You most likely prefer environments where decisions get made quickly and people are empowered to take charge of their work. But you may get impatient when you're asked to slow down or take a more diplomatic approach. If you have an I or influence style, you tend to focus on the positive, take quick action, and enjoy socializing. You're probably happiest in a work environment where you're free to explore exciting possibilities and share your ideas. But you might feel drained when you have to work alone for long periods, or when people's attitudes seem too negative. Or you may have an S or steadiness style, which means you probably like to do your part, keep things calm and friendly, and collaborate. You likely work best when you're part of a supportive team, where expectations are clear. But if you're pressured to move too quickly or things get tense, it can stress you out, and you might have trouble speaking up. And finally, if you have a C or conscientiousness style, you probably focus on getting things right, put time into analysis, and prefer to keep emotions in check. You tend to appreciate environments where you can work at your own pace and your expertise is valued. But you may get frustrated if you think decisions aren't being thought through, or if you're expected to do a lot of socializing. So, how do you know your style? Well, everyone has a dot. That dot tells you your DISC style. Your dot can also be between 2 styles, such as in the area between I and S. And your dot's distance from the center of the circle is also important. Having a dot near the edge of your DISC map means you're strongly inclined toward your style. But if your dot is close to the center, you're only slightly inclined, and characteristics from several different DISC styles may resonate with you. Your dot also determines your shading. Think of the colored shading on your map as your comfort zone. It helps you understand the kinds of activities or attitudes that may come naturally to you, and those that take more energy. Keep in mind, no DISC style or dot location is better than any other. And because everyone is a blend of all 4 styles, there will probably be a few aspects of the other styles that you relate to. The bottom line is, everything DISC gives you a new way to understand yourself and the people around you. To see past limitations, to know when to stretch a little, and to build skills that, over time and with practice, help create a culture that works for everyone.
Said F, there they are. Okay.
F5.
Yes. So, the last comment that I made before I brought up the video was about communication. And why are we doing this? Well, what I've discovered is something that, let's see here.
Yeah, hit F5 on your keyboard,
Yeah.
and then that'll put you in presentation mode. There you go.
Oops. So DISC is really helpful in trying to understand self. But what's important in communication is not only understanding self, but understanding others. And then we're going to learn how to read, because you all are all different. And in order for our communication to improve, we got to learn how to read each other. And then we learn how to adapt to connect. We've seen the video. The first thing about DISC, and if you, did you all, any of you all print your DISC models? No, but if you wanted to, just so if you wanted to, I can, when I'm done, I'll hand out as to how to access all this information. But here you're going to click on Discology, and I'll give you all those instructions how to access all this information. Click on the 2 dimensions. DISC at the top, active, on the bottom, reflective, active and sort of outspoken. Bottom is reflective and thoughtful. To the right, you're accepting and warm, the I's and S's, and then the other side, skeptical and questioning. It's funny because I saw you all here, but we're going to get to that in just a minute. Here you're going to, and I'll hand this out to you, click on Workplace. Just so you know, I have all this on my laptop, but for some reason my laptop is not connecting to here, so we had to do it a different way. But you can kind of see this, the DISC model, top, action, enthusiasm, collaboration, support, stability. I saw a lot of this morning, accuracy and challenge and results. So that's just the different aspects of DISC. What does it mean? If you're a D, now these are generalities, and there's something I want to say up front. All of you have some aspects of the different styles in you. This tries to say what your predominant style is, but all of you have some of that in you. But a D, dominant, direct, firm. There's D's in the room, strong-willed, forceful, results-oriented, bottom line. I's in the room, you're outgoing, enthusiastic, optimistic, highly spirited, lively. S in the room, even-tempered, accommodating, patient, humble, and tactful. And then I will say this, and we're going to see this, conscientiousness, the C's, analytical, reserved, precise, private, systematic. And I saw that this morning. It was really funny just watching it and knowing what your different styles are. And by the way, when you have these strengths overused, they can become weaknesses. I often say that sometimes I notice somebody that I can say this. My wife has a skill. She can see things wrong. She has a skill. She can look at something and see what's wrong. But what we discuss and she'll know is sometimes she has a focus. She tends to focus on what's wrong and she can miss the other side. And sometimes the strength that you have, and here, my strength is I try to see the good in people. And one of my strengths is sometimes in seeing the good, I overlook their weaknesses. So it's just, sometimes the strength overused can be a weakness. And let's look at the other side of it. D's, they can be aggressive. They can be controlling, driving. This is on a bad day when things, stress, conflict. This is on a bad day. Overbearing and intolerant. Influence, outgoing, frantic, indiscreet, flamboyant, hasty. S's, docile, bland, plotting, resistant, and stubborn, and conscientious, a little indecisive, suspicious, cold, and reserved. I don't know if you noticed your profile, but when you get a chance and you pull up your profile, in it, there's going to be a little dot. And if your dot is on the edge, that means you have the tendencies to be a stronger D or I or S or C. If it's in the middle, you're moderate and slight, that means you're picking up a lot of different ones. A note here. Just so you do this, we're all capable of using all the behavior types. We're a mix of them, and we use our styles to communicate and connect. So I got some work for you to do. You're going to take a test. See if you're paying attention. See, I'm a little sneaky. I want to see if you're paying attention. This is a test. And there's some little sneaky clues in here that if you're not paying attention, you might miss. And I'm going to give you this assignment. You got 10 minutes to read these and tell me what you see. City Secretary, maybe we'll start the clock yet. I'm gonna turn my clock on. I'm gonna turn it on now. We got 10 minutes. Then we're going to talk about it. Don't cheat. What? Don't shut up. I'm gonna help you. Here's a little cheat sheet.
Oh, now you get after I get the first question done.
I was paying attention and I knew which one over. Kidding.
Here's a little cheat sheet. And there's a reason why I'm doing this. Because the more you understand people, the easier it is to communicate. Oops. The more you understand people, the easier it is to communicate.
I'm going to be a little naive here. The sponsor is the senior executive, right?
Huh?
The sponsor is the senior executive, right?
What does it say there?
Making sure.
Let me pull this up. Pull this. Which one are you on? Yes. 2 minutes left.
Shut up.
Wish I was waiting to pull that.
When you get ready to go to the internet, you just do Skype. Should be an internet down there.
That'll connect up here.
Yeah, so you're just gonna push Skype. Right here, you're on the internet already,
Okay.
so you just go here and do what you need to do. Where were we?
No, I'm trying to pull up, not the PowerPoints, but this here, it's on my computer.
Can you log in
How many are there?
here?
Yeah, let's try.
Oh, you can log in.
Yes.
So where would that be?
So I felt about that questionnaire the other day.
Yeah, that won't play.
Yeah, it's already up there.
Okay, then let me hit there. Let me control it.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. That's good.
Alan, have you been tuning into our P and Z meetings lately?
Huh?
I saw
Oh,
that.
P and Z meetings?
The Habitat for Humanity one.
Got it figured out, Alan?
Yeah, I think I did.
Something on your computer you want to move over, we can just put it on the.
Well, there's two things I'm doing. There's my PowerPoints, and then there's some of the things I'm taking directly from the internet for.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so this is where I'll get a chance. I'm good now. It's up here. When you do this, we're gonna grade you. There are no grades, but just try to see if you're understanding. And the whole point of the exercise is the more you understand each other, it increases your opportunity for communication. Okay. All right, let's stop.
Pens down, Kenneth, pens down.
Failed.
Scenario number one. You're a team leader, large software, cross-functional and sponsored by a senior executive. Unable to generate much in the way of results. Team member receiving missed messages. You feel you need to try and generate support and talk to the previous team leader. In your meeting, your previous team leader, you find out he had tried to tell the sponsor that people were frustrated and that the sponsor's reply was, "I don't care if they're frustrated or not, just get the systems in place." Okay? What style is this?
D,
Why you say that?
power, the authority, just saying that it's my way or the highway type of deal.
Results.
Right.
Immediate results.
Results. Anybody, any other questions? Third, you got a kind of look on your face. Tell me.
I think it's a D, but I think that there's some I in there too,
Okay. All right.
based on the description of the sponsor.
Okay. Any other questions? One of you make a good point. I'll show you, you pick up, all of these people, all of the styles have parts of the other in them, but this is a D. This is a D. All right, let's move to the next one. Scenario two, role as a team leader, a large software implementation. You meet each member individually. Our team member in particular expresses her frustration with the way things have been done so far. She cites unreasonable deadlines, constant change, lack of consistent processes and procedures. You said what?
I put C.
We're on number 2?
Yeah.
Huh?
I put C with a little I.
Okay, that's interesting. That's why we want to have a discussion about this.
Yeah, I did S.
I did S.
Yeah, we're all split.
This is an S.
Well, let's just give up right here. We can't agree. I think
I mean,
it's C
there's
because
some attributes of an S on there for sure.
Okay, look at what S is
She
like.
doesn't like that change. She
Yes,
wants that
stability,
steadiness.
steadiness. S like stability, steadiness. This, that just drives an
Overwhelmed
S.
because of too much of
That drives an S crazy. Issues, unreasonable deadlines, constant change, lack of consistent process, procedures. Meetings never start on time, lack of organization. I mean, an S, and this is an S, okay? And we're gonna have some more discussion about this. That little cheat sheet's gonna be important, because I got another test coming for you. Scenario 3. You have been with your new department for 4 months and becoming increasingly frustrated in your role. You like your job, but your manager is very hard to pin down. You ask for clear expectations for performance on several occasions, but reluctance to define. When a meeting is set, often late, doesn't stick to the agenda, seems to be more interested in talking about outside interests than about work, department goal. You have to admit, unique way of looking at things, often comes up with creative ideas, creative and innovative ideas. You have decided to meet with him, discuss your concerns. You have since been exposed to this. You try to sit down and try to figure out how to communicate with him, get your message across. He hosts a large gathering of friends, families, acquaintances, friends of friends every month. He plays in the company golf. He has a good sense of humor, volunteers. Who is this?
I think it's an I.
This is an I. You guys are picking that up? Okay, next out. You all have figured it out. So since you got a D and you got an S and an I, the last one's a C. What makes this a C?
Very deliberate, sounds like data-driven. There's a little bit of I as far as a sense of humor, but not very much.
Shows up on time, gets right down to business.
Likes precision.
Likes precision.
Likes procedure.
Okay. Let's pull yourselves up. Now, is that not coming up on the screen? Huh? No, it's on my screen, but, yes.
Blue.
Okay, but I thought it was on here.
I learned something new about you today.
It was on there before.
The red greens.
Oh, okay.
Failed
It shut me out.
Yeah, this is the password.
If you ever see me, normally.
I've seen you do it before. I just never clicked it.
Now you're gonna look at yourselves.
Let me try to turn it off real quick, the timer.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just never clicked. You're old and blind.
Ignore it, because I'm gonna have to do it. Okay.
You good here?
This is your group. Mr. Gary, a D. Does that, from what you've been looking at, does that sound like you?
Not one bit.
That's you. I mean, I'm just from my observation, and the reason why is I'm a D too, and so I recognize that in you. Mr. Glover, CD?
Yeah.
Okay. Mr. Horton, a CD?
This morning when I was driving in, I had a call with one of my business partners where he asked me to, so I'd say yes, definitely.
Okay. Daryl? You're a D. Results? Get it done. No, I've sat in the seat. You know, you got to get stuff done when you're sitting in that seat. So I identified, okay, Thelma, you're a C. I saw you this morning. You were questioning, asking questions. Does that describe you?
Pretty much.
Okay. Mr. Michaels, DI.
It's me. I'm high energy, driven, grumpy.
So as we understand each other, you all are all different. And what's the purpose of this is if you're going to communicate, if I'm a D and you want to communicate with me, or if I'm a C and you want to communicate with me, there's a certain way, and we're going to get into that. But each of our styles, you got to communicate with us. And part of some of the frustration is just, I'm been married 52 years. My wife and I are totally different. When I try to communicate with her as like a D, I miss the mark. And I know I have to shift and communicate with her differently. Okay. Mr. Navarez, aye.
No doubt.
Okay.
My wife thought it would be a DI, 'cause she did this for the county last year, but, I no doubt I'm high.
Let's look at your,
It's a DI, and when I want to be, I can be a CD, and, yeah.
yeah. Now, I would say this, couple things. No one style's better than the others. We're all different. And we're going to look at some things. You have different parts of you. So even though you're a DI or D, or that you still got some of the other in you. But look at this here, right here. Okay, I took the test so I could be a part of your group. Take this AS out and take Daryl out, the DH and the AS, and what you have, you're mostly clustered around that C area. Did you all see that this morning? I was observing you all, knowing your styles, and I saw that play out this morning. That questioning, it came up. That was just an observation. Look at your group. Your group is mostly clustered there. Like I said, take me, the DH and the AS out, and you're mainly there. You got Jeff as an I, and you don't have that S, but there's some of that. Okay. All right, I'm gonna play around a little bit just to kind of give you some little stuff. Now you know where your group is. Another exercise. Let me see if I can pull this up.
We're gonna stand up on a chair and we're gonna catch each other.
I want to see you exercise, Kenneth.
Been there, done that.
I'm gonna give you an exercise because I want you to start practicing how to communicate with the different styles. All right. How do I say this? You're a salesperson, you've got a car, a vehicle sale. Just for example, here in Texas, F-150, you're selling an F-150. What do you say to a D to connect with him about buying this F-150? What do you say to a D about buying an F-150, a car?
Stroking his ego, or she's, her ego.
Okay,
Talk about how big the engine is and how big the tire.
and why is that? Because you're kind of getting into data. Because a C would like to know miles per gallon, but,
Because it's going to fold into their image.
okay.
It's going to enlarge their image more than
Well, that's an I. Eyes are, huh?
facts.
Well, a D, think about it. Action,
It's a vehicle they can handle.
action. It's going to take corners. I mean, D's, they want a certain thing,
Right, I look at it as to sell a truck to somebody that's a D is, you're gonna be focusing on the engine, the tires, the size of it. You're gonna be sitting above everybody else, and everybody else is in cars. So you'll get a broader view of it,
Yeah. But
what's going on.
you're going to want to know, a D wants to know, how sporty is it? How does it take curves,
Go boat with it, go
Huh?
fishing with it. Like, that's what I'm saying, stroke the ego. You can take this and pull a boat, for example, fishing.
Okay, so what do you say to an I?
Well, you're gonna be the hot guy of the town riding in this truck, you're gonna have the biggest truck in town, everybody's gonna look at you and want that truck.
All right? Eyes like that harm me, people. You get this truck, everybody's gonna love you, man. You're gonna look good in this truck. People, connect. Huh? You're gonna look sharp. Harmony, people. What do you say to an S buyer?
And it's a good steady truck and it will last a long time and, low maintenance.
That's the Toyota buyer.
Pardon me?
That's the Toyota buyer.
Yeah, well, I started, yeah, well, but that's what you're selling it to them, so,
What you're getting for your buck.
yes.
It's your mileage, your warranty, just everything that comes with it.
What do you say to a C buyer? Data.
Go to a different dealership? No.
MPG.
Go get a Chevy.
Huh?
MPG, safety
Mile per
ratings,
gallon?
like that.
Size of the engine, they want to know details. They're going to be questioning, well, what about this? What about that? So here it is, we got one vehicle, but what I'm trying to get across to you is that you're going to have to communicate differently to that different style. With one style, you're going to say this, and another style, you're going to communicate this way, and another style, and you all are all different. And if you all want to work together, you're going to have to learn your different styles and how to communicate. All right? Another example. You all are council members. I'm thinking about moving to Kennedale and buying a house. What do you say to me if I'm a D? Moving to Kennedale, buying a house, moving to Kennedale. I'm a D. What do you say to me?
How much can you
This is
afford?
available for you to move into right now.
Results. You can probably say you can get a good deal on this house. D's like to win.
We've got one of the
Great
best high
neighborhood.
school basketball programs in the state.
I mean, action. What else do you say to me as a D?
We have big houses.
Okay. What do you say to me? You all are going to talk me into moving to Kennedale, buying a house. What do you say to me as an I?
Tight-knit little communities, lots of activities.
People, harmony, you're dead on target. You're an I. What is, how does somebody has to resonate to you about moving to Kennedale and buying a house? And what do they say to you?
Same thing, community, like strong.
We have lots of
small
community
town-
events.
Small town feel.
Yeah, you get to, okay. An S. You don't have any S's, but you all have a little bit of an S. Think about buying a house, moving to Kennedale. What do you say to them?
Quiet neighborhoods, people, your neighbors are going to be people who have been there for a long time. It's not somewhere that you have a lot of social upheaval.
Yes, okay. And David, you're a C. What is you're thinking about moving to Kennedale, buying a house. What does somebody say to you?
trying to think of what we went through when we bought our house. You know, there's not a, I think Jeff just commented on this too, there's not a lot of, say, government overreach in the town. You can,
But do you ever look anything about the taxes? You know, details, data, how much of the taxes?
so someone wise once told me, let your wife pick your house.
Okay. Well, that was probably the good decision.
That kind of happened, so.
Okay,
I
so-
didn't really factor into that.
A wife is a C. She wants details, data, she's going, what about this?
Quality of the schools.
Yes. Okay. Do you understand what I'm saying? That each person, no matter what you're doing, a D is going to look at it one way, an I is going to look at it from another lens, an S is going to look at it from another lens, and a C is going to look at it from a different lens. Okay. That's just something to process, because what we're talking about is trying to figure out how to communicate. As a general rule, D's like action, I's like harmony, S is like loyalty, steadiness, D, data. Watch D's. They're going to ask what? I's going to ask who, or it's going to be a who background. S is going to say how, and these, C's are going to say data, why. Just that, what, who, how, and why. Just look for those things, just little clues. Keep my eye on the time here. Listen, the whole point of this is for you all, in the very beginning, I said, understand ourselves, understand others, because you all are all different, and you all process things differently. And the more you understand others, it increases your communication. I mean, if you're trying to come at me, I'll give you an example. And Daryl may understand this. When I was a city manager, I was a D. Council wanted things done. I had an assistant who was a super strong C. He wanted to stay there and ask this question and that question and this question and that question, this question and that question. And I had 100 things to do. He wanted to stay there and talk about this one issue for hours, and I'd have to leave the room. We just, connecting, because he wanted more detail, more data, and you just got to learn how to process and do things differently. Anyway, do you all see? I'm looking at you all. Do you all see where you are? You're laughing.
Oh, there's no doubt. It identifies everybody here.
Okay.
Everybody's strengths are there, their strength, their attributes.
And if you want to get along and communicate better, it's best to understand that
Getting closer together.
if I'm a D and I'm trying to communicate with an I way I like to, it may not go over well. Or if I'm an I and I'm trying to communicate in my I style, it may not go over well with a C. So just learning each other and learning how to communicate with each other will go toward do wonders. Okay, enough said. We're going to shift gears a little bit. One of the things that it's extremely critical for us, and I want to do this if we can before lunch. Let me see if I can pull this up. This thing shuts down.
Bobby Joe's up there doing that on purpose.
Master Secretary, Bobby Joe.
Sleep off.
Yeah, it goes, I go,
Don't D.
Guess you figured out which one I was.
Yeah, first damage.
Bobby Joe's a D too.
Why are you laughing, Brad?
Okay.
Nothing, it was my fault. It was my fault.
Okay, so I'm gonna go out of this. You said F5 to my presentations?
So where do you fall on this, Bobby Joe?
Where's my presentations?
Yeah, but I mean, I think everybody has some of the traits of it. I mean, at least one of them. My deal is, it's.
Jeff, you pull up my presentation, I'm gonna talk to them,
Which one?
just my presentation about values.
Values, okay.
Is this a decision you consciously make when you first wake up, or what?
I don't know. I mean,
Hit that one, that's it. Okay.
I think a lot, it's probably my
All right.
wife. If she wakes up in a bad mood, then it just ruins my whole day.
So you just blame her?
Yeah. Well, I can do that because I've been married so long.
Privilege.
I've been married a long time too, but I always take responsibility for
Well-
me. I don't blame it on her.
My household's it's a little bit unique, so I guess you could say that. She gets triggered by news. So if she gets certain people come up on the news, then she gripes about that, then she's griping at me about it, and I'm just like, don't wanna hear it. I'm like, turn the TV off.
I don't watch the news with my wife, because she's just like, yeah, right, I
Exactly.
told you,
Yeah.
I told you.
It's funny.
In my house.
It's funny because you're all sharing, I mean, I laugh about it because the same things happen. Okay. We're gonna hopefully leave here with a vision. That's one of the number one goals of this, our time together. If we don't do this, then I failed. So we're gonna get there. But one of the things that we've got to talk about is values, because values drive your behavior. Your values drive everything. Values is just as important as the vision. So let me give you an example. You walk in this room and there's a $100 bill laying on the floor. What do?
Pick it up and head to Windstar?
No, that's legit. I mean, what do you do? What you do with that $100 bill is governed by your values. I mean,
Ask if anyone lost a $100 bill.
Pick it up and turn it.
You said
into
what?
someone.
Pick it up and ask if anybody's lost a $100.
okay, that's driven by your values. I mean, first guy, what Brad is saying, he's saying, thank you, Lord. Yeah, the other one, but you're saying, you pick it up. Oh, anybody else, what do you do with that $100 bill? $100 bill?
You pick it up and turn it in to someone,
Yeah.
preferably someone in authority. This
That's
was
your
found in this location.
What you do is driven by your values. Okay? So this happened to me. On vacation, I had a money clip. I don't carry much money, so if y'all want to stick me up, I don't carry much money. But that day when I go out of town on vacation, I had $200 in money clip, went to a restaurant, it fell out. So came back, somebody found it, and their values dictated what they did with it. Their values could have said, I was at a restaurant, their values could have said, well, I'm gonna turn it in to the manager, turn this money clip into the manager with $200. What would the manager have done with that? Thank you, Jesus. Or when I came in and asked about, did you get a money clip with $200? They could say, oh, here it is. Or they could have said, I got a bill due. Or I want to buy my girlfriend or my wife a little gift. What you do with that depends on your values. Values. Set of ethics and principles that govern an organization's actions and serve as the foundation of the organization's culture or organizational culture. Values are the set of ethics and principles that govern an organization's actions. Values should be used to align behavior, build trust, guide decision-making, Values determine really everything that you do. Now, we're gonna develop a long list of things to do for the future to get to that vision, but values are gonna drive how we get there. It comes from the Latin verb valere, means to be worth or to be strong. Every team up is made of unique backgrounds and personal values. So once you establish shared values, so in this room, there's 6 council members and Darryl, and then there's there's 9 people. There could be 9 different personal values, but when you have an organizational shared values, it brings people together and creates alignment. So we're going to define your values. We're going to do what? We're going to keep it short. Your values should be easy for employees to memorize and epitomize. Your values need to tie specifically your organization's vision and mission. All right, so I'm going to do something a little bit here. Tell me what should Kennedale's values be? It's extremely important. These are your foundation of your organizational culture. This is your bedrock. This is, ride or die. This is, critical. Community. What do you mean community?
That small town life, the tight-knit community where I know if I need help. I'll give an example. My wife had breast cancer last year. When it finally got out, we had so many cards and just people putting stuff on our front porch anonymously, or we had a card with $400 in it just to help out with bills, and just getting the word out. The community came together in support of my family.
So there was a support, community support. Maybe you should say community support? Sure. Okay, I just want to make sure what else? What's your values?
Things that support the common good.
Support for common good. Now, these are going to guide everything that you do. Okay? Values.
It's not really short, but leave it better than you found it.
Values, bedrock, ethics, principles. Let me go back. Ethics and principles that govern your actions and serve as a foundation of the culture.
Honesty? That's a little short.
I think along with that, integrity and trustworthiness.
Yeah.
You said integrity?
Helpful.
What is that?
Helpful.
Helpful?
All around helpful.
Did I miss any?
Trust and purpose.
Trust? Purpose?
Accessible. Two S's.
2S.
IBLE.
Okay. I was trying to remember my spelling. with
That's
2S.
okay, I taught English.
Okay. Values. This is what you're going to build. It's kind of like a vision is going to be kind of like a beautiful house. Values are going to be the foundation of this beautiful house. We're going to get to vision. We're going to work on vision. But values are your foundation. What is absolutely critical to build your future on as an organization?
I mean, for me, like Christian values, liberty, the ideas of freedom, those are like literally my core values, how I build myself.
Liberty, you want to do freedom with that, or?
Sure.
What else? Do we have everyone's absolute must be included value on this list? Because then from there, you're going to take these red dots and you're going to place a red dot on your top three. And then we're going to whittle this list down.
I would maybe add something like Jeff said about faith, because I think that's something that binds our community together.
Okay.
Ken, we hadn't heard from you.
Well, most of the ones that already been said. I mean, I'm always like straightforward, but I mean, we're trying to rate the Kennedale, what we think the values of Kennedale are.
Yes.
You know, and I disagree with a lot of those up there. But I'm trying to think of the word that I want to put up there, and it's not coming to me yet. But I've been thinking.
So I'm going to put one up here, I mean, because I think.
You said you disagree with them?
A lot of them.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh? If you're talking about the values of Kennedale, yeah, I disagree with a lot of others.
Okay. Well, these are going to be Kennedale's values. Okay. A lot
Current
of,
values,
pardon me?
current values are where we want them to go. That's the problem.
Okay, this is the foundation of you're going to build a house before we leave here tomorrow.
So I think what Ken's saying is currently, I could see where currently he would say 2 or 3 of those. Take, for instance, helpful. He's probably one of the most helpful people in the damn city.
Okay.
But yes, a lot of us aren't helpful in certain ways. We're helpful in other ways. We're not just helpful in day to day or week to week things.
Well,
So I can see where but I'm just thinking, is it now or in the future? That's what we want in the future, right?
yes, sir.
Okay.
Well, here's one of the things I want you to think about this. At some point, you're going to have a vision statement. And you're going to have a value statement. What do you want those for every employee, every citizen, everybody to know that this is what we stand for? Because I come from a place and our values are people and relationships. That's one of our top values. You pull up Cedar Hill's website. Our values are on our website. Everybody coming in, stewardship. We believe we're assigned responsibility. I'm trying, people and relationships, stewardess,
So we're not necessarily talking about what is in place now. We're talking about what needs to be.
What you want to be, you want everybody to buy the organizational culture. Because what this is going to do is govern everything, how you interact with Daryl. Every employee he's going to have to say is, this is what we stand for. If you don't buy this, you don't need to come to work here. When you're communicating with citizens, it's like, this is your lens as to how you're going to communicate with your system. When you're delivering services, this is your lens as to how you're going to deliver services. This is your foundation.
I can say this, one of the things we currently do with our organization is purpose.
Yes.
So, which is, we got definitions for the acronym of purpose. So internally, we try to be understanding, opportunity, stable.
You want me to put on those up? I mean.
Well, and like I said, that's the acronym for purpose.
Okay, so it's, what is it?
Well, help me out.
Opportunity.
You're making me think about it. Respect.
Respect. Well, That's
Well,
it.
that's, yeah, there's a lot of them that's. defined
Respect, honor,
Huh?
Understanding.
understanding.
Understanding?
Get it pulled up.
Opportunity.
Excellence. Stability.
'Cause
There you go, the outstanding service.
I'll take a note from the Rotary Club to be, is it fair and beneficial to all concerned?
Right, well, that's your honesty,
Yeah, I know, but
pride is,
Okay.
more direct.
I'm gonna,
But you're right,
just
it's integrity.
out of curiosity, I'm gonna,
pride, yeah.
Yeah, that's the first one.
see if I can get connected. I'm gonna pull up just to.
Did you like my red shirt today?
Huh?
Did you like my red shirt today? Did you like my red shirt today? I'm gonna give you shit for all of that. Hey, Brad, what time do they play today?
5 o'clock.
Oh, okay, it's a late game.
Or actually, I think there's probably a game or two after it. There were games yesterday, today, and tomorrow, all the championship rounds, so,
It's the 4A time or what? Because there's another 4A going up there.
yeah, yeah.
How do they pick where they play? I mean, why are they picking San Antonio?
It's pre-picked.
Didn't they used to play in Austin?
Yeah, UT tore down their, and they built a new one. I don't think it houses like it's more compact. I don't know, but I don't know why, because the Moody Center's
Well,
nicer.
I'm assuming they're playing in the Alamo Dome.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It would've been cool if it was UTA though. That's a great stadium.
Uh-oh.
All right, we got them, these are, everybody comfortable where I want them, as we develop these are your foundation of your house you're about to build. Okay. You have some dots on there, and this is what I want you to do. Generally, you need to have values in the range of 3 to 5, so that's what I got. Take those, each of you take a red dot, 3 red dots, and put them up here on what you think is the most important. I need you to take 3 red dots.
You said we could do 4 to 5, didn't you?
Huh?
Said we
Well,
could do 4
No,
to 5.
if we do,
Be
if we
patient
each
with me.
do
We're gonna get to
three,
that.
ultimately,
Okay.
there'll be 4 to 5
Okay.
that have.
3.5. We can do 3.
we're gonna
So,
take
before,
the 3, we're gonna separate them out.
Okay.
Okay, so give me my first 3.
and we're grading this as. what
No,
we
I want you to
think
put a
candidate.
dot on here.
I understand that.
Currently, or what we envision? What you want?
What you want, what you want.
What we envision.
Give me 3 dots on what you want.
Not currently, we can't just what we envision.
3 dots on what you want.
You can pick 3 that you want. I agree. Sorry, I don't have 3 dots.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to leave you out there.
No, you got it. Being so deep.
Strong eye.
Anybody got a quarter? You're gonna have to hurry up. I was gonna flip a coin.
You sound just like her too.
Shut up. It'll be suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me.
Is that your go-to when you go to karaoke?
Yeah. Actually, it's some Willie Nelson
Oh, yeah, good old Willie.
and some George.
So I wanted to pull up if you pull up our website and look at our last city council agenda, city council values, people and relationship, stewardship, that's just our highest ethical standards, behavior and integrity, and servant leadership. Those are our values. That's everybody that comes into the organization has to deal with people in relationship, stewardship. We want to make sure we feel like this biblical mandate that we're stewards of, I don't want to get into all that. Highest ethical standards, behavior and integrity, and servant leadership. Those are our values, and it's on every council agenda. Every employee that comes into the organization, every interaction with our city council, every decision we make is based on those. That's why I was trying to get you to, do that. Okay.
I'm about to say this real quick.
Mm-hmm.
So I came from the PD, right?
Yes.
So you'll see on our cards, on every one of our patrol cars, whenever I was there, we came up with TIP, which is trust, integrity, and purpose.
Okay.
So that's where we came up for that.
Okay.
So as when I came over to the city as a whole, obviously that dynamic changed. Those three are still the same, don't get me wrong.
Okay.
But at the time, there was some trust issues even at the police department. So our foundation became building trust within our
Right.
community, showcasing our integrity
Okay.
for the job itself,
Yes, sir.
and understanding why we're here.
Okay.
What is our purpose?
That's powerful.
So with that, when I came over here, we used the purpose. So sometimes we didn't know, why are we here? What are we doing?
Yeah.
So each department is different.
Right.
Their purpose is different.
Right.
How do we fulfill that purpose?
Okay.
And some of the things that we ran into problems with is one, is understanding where our citizens are.
Okay.
Being,
Purpose.
just being there for them.
Okay.
In the sense of listening, let them vent.
Okay.
Because we didn't have that in the past. So
Okay.
that's how we came up with our purpose.
Okay.
And each department understands why we're here. And
I should have had you explain that before we voted.
I didn't want to, I was wanting to hear what they had to say.
Okay.
But I was just trying to indicate, for me, coming from the police department, we had our own challenges that
Right.
we were having to face.
Right.
And I don't want to necessarily separate the two,
Uh-huh.
but there's a different purpose
Yeah.
within the organization as a whole and independent.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So, I'm gonna use this one. This is your foundation that you're building this house on. Okay, somebody read to me what are the top 3 values that you have.
That we have over there?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
We have leave it better than you found it.
Integrity.
What's the other one?
Integrity.
Integrity.
And trust.
and trust. Those are the top three, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I'm gonna, you can't vote for these, because you're already, these are one of your,
This one you have up there. Oh, never mind.
and trust.
That's why you wrote it down to.
Okay. Those are the top three.
Lit.
All right.
Daryl likes acronyms. We're at lit right now.
Huh?
I said Daryl likes acronyms, so we're at lit right now.
Lit.
We're lit.
We're lit. All right, I won't make any comment. All right, so each one of you get a vote again. One vote on the remaining ones. One vote on the remaining ones, okay? Take one of your red dots. Give me one vote. One vote. Let's see what happens. This is democracy. Give me one vote, red dot, put it on up here.
So take another dot, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, each one of you, put it on
Right,
the
we're
dot.
each getting one more vote on the
Yeah.
ones that are left.
Yeah, we've got three, we're trying to get another one.
Mine too. It's the weather. Well, for me, it's the weather. You're just allergic to work.
That's probably what it is.
Oh.
So. Vote is spoken, what's our next highest value?
It would be faith.
Faith?
Lift or lift.
Lift.
Well, if you change the F and the T, it becomes lift.
Hey, that's good. I like that.
We could lift, wow, lift, okay.
That's amazing.
Reason why we got a teacher here.
So we're gonna scratch faith off. So we're down to, we're gonna add, it's up to you whether you wanna go with these four or add a fifth one. I will say as your facilitator, I wouldn't have any more, because you want all of your employees, everybody in the world to be able to spit it out. I mean, we've got four people in relationships. I'm embarrassed that I don't.
Well, when you're designing this sort of thing, the more you add, the muddier it gets.
You're dead on target. We have four, people in relationships, stewardess, highest ethical standards, behavior and integrity, and servant leadership. We got four. I'm saying I would, in my advising you, 5 is about tops. That's why I would allow you to put one more dot on there if you want to go with what you have.
If we're gonna add one more, my choice would be purpose. And I think that falls in
We'll
line.
put it, one more dot. One last chance. One more dot. One more dot. Brad,
Okay.
Elmer.
Add the good acronym, now we mess it up. Because lit would have been
What?
perfect on a t-shirt.
What if we already chose it, or does it have to be a different one?
Oh, yeah, I got it. It's got to be something different.
Okay. I mean, from what my personal was.
Oh, no.
Well,
You can pick a
do
person.
whatever you want. I mean, you got
I
to.
put purpose already. I didn't know if I could put it again.
Is this
Well,
your
you know,
final? This is your fifth
Yeah,
dot.
yeah.
You put it wherever you want. Put your fifth dot up there.
That's okay, Daryl. If you decide to put your dot on something that you've already done, I have an acronym for you.
Well, obviously, I really like it.
He has one going already?
Lift up.
Where's the U?
change the understanding and purpose, and you've got lift up.
Where's the U?
I like that too.
Understanding is what she's saying.
I did spin for a few companies over the years. You'd be surprised at some of the jobs I've done.
It's purpose by landslide, but I've known you for 28 years.
Yeah.
You've known her for 28 years.
Absolutely.
He has.
Looks like trust is, everybody voted?
I have not.
All right.
Come on, get up there and take
Fix
care
the
of it.
purpose. It's got a bullseye now.
Here, I'll go with.
Unanimous.
All right.
Well, I'd already done it twice.
But see, seriously,
cheapen
if
this
you
guy.
did it that way, it's lift up, it's purpose.
So that's purpose and understanding. And we may need to understand, because Daryl, what you said makes much clear sense to me. But someone might have to define that a little bit more to where somebody comes in. So when I saw purpose, I didn't know what purpose meant. So we might have to define these a little bit more, because it should be clear. You know, you don't want any cracks in your foundation. Do you understand? This is foundation. We're gonna get to a beautiful house when this is all, but this is foundational. Okay, so purpose, understanding. And we might, like I said, want to take some time to clarify what these mean. That is pretty clear. Is any misunderstanding about that? Would every one of you want to have as a part, your foundational pillar of this organization, that they will leave it better than they found it? I don't see it. Kenneth? Daryl? Right?
I'd like to leave it there.
Okay, I got thumbs up.
It just kind of reminds me of camping.
Yeah.
You know, when you go camping, leave it better than what you found it, so.
leave no trace.
All right.
No footprint.
No footprint, yeah.
Take only memories, leave only, or, yeah.
Boy, we're hilarious today.
I'll just ask you a question here. Can you have trust without integrity? I don't know, I'm not asking, should those be confined or separate?
I was gonna say integrity and faith are probably very similar.
Integrity, faith.
I'm gonna ask you a question, because when I think of integrity, I have one definition in my mind. It's doing the right thing no matter what. When nobody's around, I mean.
Integrity's like honor.
Yeah, honor, and you could put on here honor and integrity.
My deal, integrity to me is actually trust and faith too. It's all one word to me.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking this is,
Integrity fosters faith.
I got something different.
that's why I see.
Got an acronym. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Have a different meaning entirely.
Absolutely.
And I think,
Question, but we gotta finish this before we go to lunch, and then after that, we're gonna attack vision.
Can I say it real quick, please? All right, integrity, in my opinion, it's doing the right thing.
Yes.
But trust is action. And I think that's the difference.
it's like a cause and effect.
It is. If you don't have integrity, how can you go out and have a action plan of doing what you just said you're going to do? If I say I'm going to do something, only way anybody else can trust me is by my actions,
By your integrity.
based off of my integrity.
Integrity is something integral to a person or an organization, and it creates
Your moral value.
the trust.
Yeah.
And if you do not have integrity, people will not inherently trust you.
I would say integrity is a moral, ethical code that's based on some sort of ethical system, whether it's faith or constitution, things like that.
So I'm asking a question. You want to combine integrity and trust or keep them separate?
I think you should keep them separate because one is an internal and one tends to be an external.
Any disagreement? Okay. I'm asking this is Kennedale's baby. I mean, and I'm only here to help build a foundation so I can start working on this house.
See, I
And
can
I
be
can't
dominant when
start,
I
you
have to
know,
be.
anybody
I
knows
was gonna
anything
say,
about
my D is
construction,
coming out.
you
Chair
don't,
does not recognize.
you don't put the walls up till you got a strong foundation.
And God help you if I switch over and start acting dominant. You'll be the only one who can.
So, integrity. Give me direction on this. Is it a thumbs up or 1, 2? Mr. Glover?
Integrity is important. I'm just trying to think of how it. So when I think of integrity, I think that integrity is doing the right thing when no one's looking.
That's right. That's it.
That's usually the
$100.
definition of it, which is important. We do everything pretty much out in the open though, but, so I'm trying to think of how that factors into the foundation for the city. Yes, it's important,
Yes.
but we don't do things in the dark. We don't do things when no one's looking really.
Yeah, but this is one thing, that's you. But this is something that's every employee he's gonna hire. And you're not gonna be around when they're out in the field.
Okay. Leave it. I'm good with it. It's important.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying that because this governs you. You all have cameras, everything you do is out in the, but I guarantee you, and by the way, is this being recorded?
Surprise.
Sometimes I know, I won't say one city, but I know sometimes in another city, discussions happen beyond the public eye. Never happens in Kennedale, but I know some cities, they have discussions.
You mean the meeting before the meeting?
No, I'm not talking about Kennedale.
No, I didn't say you were talking about Kenneball. In these other cities, you're talking about the meeting before.
They have other non-public meetings. I know that has happened. Okay, anyway. So that's why I was saying the integrity piece is important because it not only applies in public meetings, and you're right, everything that's done here, you're in the public, but sometimes Councilmember A has a conversation with Councilmember B over the phone, and it ain't in a public meeting. And sometimes you gotta have this, if you got integrity, that's gonna do the right thing no matter if it is on televised, if it's televised or not. And all your employees, they're out in the field. Developer A or business owner A says, hey man, I'll give you a little bit if you just ignore this. That happens. Is this one as a must? Can I see the hands up again? Everybody. I got 2 values there. Trust.
Yeah, trust. That's a.
You gotta have
It's foundational on anything.
I mean, I don't disagree, but this is Kennedale's value statement. This is what's going to be on every council agenda, your values. You're going to have your vision, you're going to have your values, you're going to tell the world what you stand for. You look at our city council agenda, it has our vision and our values. And guess what? Our citizens repeat that back to us. You say your vision is this, you say they repeat it back to us. I don't know how Kennedale people do, but I'm on the city council and I'm telling you, it gets repeated back to me. Okay, trust. All right. Define faith. I think faith needs to be defined.
Who put it up there?
Me?
Can you tell us what you meant, please?
I mean, faith in God, faith in Jesus, but it's something, believe in something that is greater than you, that has a moral compass over you, for me. For me also, it's the walking my path, having that trust in Him has steered me in better places than before I followed that. He was talking about earlier how he had a voice in his head. I have a very similar story, actually. When I hit rock bottom, before I moved back to Texas to start my family in my younger years, and I hit rock bottom. I was sitting in my house by myself. My roommates had gone. Shannon, my wife now, had broken up with me. Like, I was literally rock bottom, no job. I don't even think I had power. And I was sitting in my living room, and I remember the light outside, the street light, and maybe my neighbor's light in the back, and that was the only light coming in my house. And it got really dark, and clear as day in my head, loud as can be, was a statement, "Are you done?" And I said, "Yes, Lord." And ever since then, that was my lowest. I've never been back in that point, and here I am, almost 20 years later now. Well, 20 years later, and that's been my purpose. My walk was to obey and be done with the things, selfish things that I thought should do as a person, and that's why you guys see me doing all this time and doing all the events and everything like that. I'm just obeying. I'm just trying not to be that person that I started off life with, and trying to be a better person now.
Sometimes he loves us enough to let us fall.
Yeah. I was very selfish before that, and not that I wasn't a good Christian or whatever. It was just I thought I should do it this way because the world is doing it this way, and I failed. It was miserably.
So faith can be that.
I would add, oh, go ahead.
Well, we live in a country where we promote the observance of many things. I think most of us sitting in here, we're a predominantly Christian group, but we have a growing population in our city of people who are other faiths. So I don't think we should get rid of this one. I just think we need to craft it very carefully so that we're not excluding.
It's interesting, good comment. You didn't say Christian faith or Jewish faith or Muslim faith. You just said faith. I mean, that's,
We still pray, like we prayed opening whenever we do that. That's almost a uniquely Texas thing. Like, it's a southern thing, a lot of states in southern, but there's a lot of states that won't even dare do that, like Colorado.
Oh,
California.
yes. And I just think, I just,
And it's not that we're excluding other faiths, it's that the
We just have to be
Texas
careful.
foundation is faith.
yes.
And, I would go back to, like, you look at our Declaration of Independence, and as our founding fathers had to me, faith, and, I'm a Christian, I will unabashedly say so, but we're not here to, our role here is not to evangelize, directly, right? Our faith should be seen, but like, our founding fathers had it as a compass, right? God's providence, and in God we trust. That's my idea of it.
that's a popular, you want to say faith as a compass? In other words, that it guides? Because when the compass is, go this direction. I'm just asking.
I don't, I would defer to the council, but that's kind of how I envision it, like that, you know what I'm saying, like,
Well, then on
See
the other,
that being a slippery slope in,
Yeah, we
10,
just-
20 years, someone saying, well, God told me to vote this way. Like, yeah, hang on.
It's called mental health.
faith also kind of goes along with trust, but not to the point that they're synonymous. Trust, okay, if you have integrity, if we as a city have integrity, employees, council members, city staff, et cetera, then we're going to foster trust in us, but then it goes a step further that when we are making these decisions, our residents have faith that the people they put into positions will act for the greater good.
So, what you said, what I'm hearing, you're finding it's broad, because you're saying one is faith, the guide is a compass, and you're saying faith that they're gonna do the right thing, they're gonna leave it better. I mean,
I think that they intersect though.
yeah, no, I'm just saying,
If we're approaching things with faith as a compass, then it's going to also promote that faith that we will make decisions that are leaving it better than we found it, that are based on integrity, trust, that show that we have understanding and we're doing things with a purpose.
Well, even if you take God out of the conversation of faith, we're, as leaders, we have faith that what we're doing, has impact on the future. And we're having faith that our future will take what we're doing and push it forward for the next generation.
Well, and that's what I'm getting at, is that there are two very broad ways of looking at it that kind of intersect. And so,
We're believing in a concept that we don't know the outcome to. Which is faith in general as a definition, believing in something that is not existent, that you can't quantify, mathematically or whatever. And that faith in our future, like what we're doing, is going to be a good impact for our future. I think that's faith. I think that lines up with it as well.
I still look at it as faith and trust. It's almost the same thing, but it's how you define it, kind of what Jeff is saying. And Thelma was talking about too, it's a fine line, people can have faith in you, you can have trust in you. To me, it's almost the same, but you can do it as a religion, but you can actually do it as, like I'll have faith in Daryl, that whatever I come up with or a problem I have, I'm going to have the faith that I know he's going to help me solve this problem. And it's the trust too. He's going to lead me in the direction I need to go to get this problem resolved the best way. So it's kind of, to me, it's faith and trust is almost the same.
okay. Mr. Gary?
I mean, faith to me, obviously the basis is the God Christianity part, but I mean, the world we live in now, I mean, 10 different people see it 10 different ways. So as long as we're making it, we're presenting it that way, that, hey, it's what you believe faith is, I think everybody should have some faith in it.
Okay.
What,
Go ahead.
Christianity or, whatever, but in general.
That key up there is the foundation. That's the foundation. And I'll go back to some of these things I said before. We're going to align behavior. We're going to build trust and guide decision-making. Are you going to use these to align the behavior of the organization, counsel down everywhere, build trust, and guide decision-making? I'll go back to this. Create alignment around a common purpose. Okay, so what I'm hearing that, and stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm hearing trust is on the board.
Did I say something?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I give my 2 cents.
I didn't think I had to.
Well, I just want to give my 2 cents on it. And I agree with Brad. Our country, one of the pillars of our country is in God we trust. Fortunately or unfortunately, where I come from, it's on every county car. It doesn't matter what it is, where it comes from. If it's a county-issued vehicle, you can read it on the back and it's very clear, in God we trust.
It's a foundation.
It is 100% the foundation of their beliefs. And with that said, whatever God you want to believe in, that's your God. So to me, it defines it. You just have to read it and you put in whatever God you want it to be. That's just my concept of that. And our country is defined by it. It's on our dollar bill. It's on every governmental, you go to the Washington DC, it's everywhere. And it's the foundation of who we are. Now, in my opinion, we went away from that, but we still define it today as of exactly that.
And to echo what the city manager said, I mean, to me, that's where I get my definition of integrity. That's where I get my definition of trust. And I think our founders did that in this belief in this higher power, in God.
Very much interconnected.
Well, it's defined in the Bible, so.
Yes, sir. So I'm a star of faith. I mean,
We're good.
okay. Now, this is the only thing I want. I love what you said. This has to be defined so it has a little bit more clarity to it. Because when I see purpose, maybe there needs to be something more there needs to be, just as an outside, I just think there needs some more clarity when it comes to purpose. So what do we say here?
I think we're saying purpose is subjective. What I think my purpose is may be very different from success purposes and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I agree. We all want to.
But purpose is what drives people, like a goal. If we're not purposeful in our action, then we're lazy in our actions, or we have no inaction, we have inaction. So to have a purpose, even if it's subjective, it's what drives all of us basically on here.
But so the first ones are more or less behavior, right? Trust, integrity, these are behaviors. I can say that my purpose on the council is I want to spend every dollar and then some. The mayor may say my purpose on the council is I don't want to spend any of the town's money. That's those are subjective purposes.
I'm
different for every
Daryl,
person.
could you were talking about this earlier. Would you kind of reiterate what you said, please?
Yeah, well, purpose is an acronym. Whenever I put it on our patrol cars, it wasn't. So like you indicated, the purpose for all of our departments are all different. They have their own purpose within their own department. So I'm not going to do court, so that my purpose is totally different. So that the acronym is showing professionalism, understanding, respect, the P again. Positive influence. I really wanted influence there, but I had to put positive in. Opportunity and excellence.
So tell me about understanding, please.
When we go out and we talk to people, be understanding of where they're at. And I think it goes back to let them vent, let them talk, sit there and listen, and put yourself in their shoes of where they're at. Because if we don't do that, D's seem to be overwhelming at times and say, hey, be quiet, I know better. And I go back to just as an officer, if we don't sit there and listen to them and put ourselves in that situation, it's almost impossible to understand where they're coming from. I'll use a prime example. He just walked out, Eric Elam. I just said the same thing to him yesterday, is calm down. But I sit there and listen to him. I let him talk. And if I didn't do that and understand where he's coming from, then I can't give him I can't give him an answer.
So just kind of jumping over purpose for just a minute. Understanding as in looking at other people's perspectives, understanding where they're coming from.
Yep.
Okay. So then how does purpose tie into that?
It's just an acronym.
And, okay, but when you have an acronym like that and you're using it, if we're going to include it, what would it mean from your perspective?
Well, for me, and I'm going to go back to our faith, we have a purpose, number one, to spread the word of God. So obviously I can't go put that on paper, but that's where purpose comes from. We have a purpose, a reason why we're here. So I hate
So what would Kennedale or the city of Kennedale's purpose be?
our purpose is here to serve the community as a whole.
Thank you.
I'd say our purpose is that first one for everybody, not
but-
just us.
But just trying to get that. And that ties in with what Daryl said. And then that would mean that purpose is
Serve our community.
serving the community.
A better way of life is how I look at it, where the purpose is so all of us can have a better life here versus living in Grand Prairie or another state.
But I think serving the community is a more concise way of saying purpose and potentially understanding.
And from my perspective of it, each one of them, each department has that same,
They have a unique
we're gonna
purpose.
serve no matter what.
Should we change it to serve and understand? I'm not saying.
Well, but I mean,
No, purpose is the reason we're here.
purpose is a need and a use too. So you have a need and use to the purpose of it. That's how I'm looking at it.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take it over.
No,
It's
no,
just
this is
sometimes
your meeting,
getting
and
one thing kind of understood, getting a common understanding of one thing keeps us from getting stuck on the other one.
I love this.
And I think everybody's right. Everything on there is, you can connect every one of them. And I think that's what we're all saying.
Purpose can be used in so many different directions. I mean,
It
that's
is.
the whole thing.
the reason why
It's a
it's
need, it's a
objective.
use, it's a, this grocery store will do a great purpose in the city, so this employee needs, it's hard to define it to just one purpose.
And that's why I was asking from the perspective of just the city
Yep.
and the citizens, what
What it
you're,
is.
right.
Yeah, absolutely.
So are you purpose-driven?
I would hope so.
Me, yes.
I mean, if you're not, you're going to be spinning your wheels.
I think we will be by 12 o'clock tomorrow.
3 o'clock tomorrow.
Well, 2 to 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get you out before 3. But,
I don't think there's anybody on the council here that doesn't have a purpose for being here,
Yeah.
We might not have the same purpose exactly.
I just, what we gotta do is get to a place, and there's no rushing, because what you all are doing, I absolutely love, because you're talking to each other and understanding each other. And you all don't have too many opportunities to do this, do you? Yeah, so this is cool. This is really about building teamwork, and so I'm loving what's happening in here. We've got 4, and I just want to know what that final word should be, because you all are going to have to, when it's on paper and citizens see that, they want to know, what does this mean? And, and so a word, yes, sir, Mr. Gary.
Was understanding a separate line or a separate word called over there?
You agree, right, it was, sir.
All right, so I think it's just purpose. I don't think it's purpose and understanding up here. I think it's, well, it can be, but I think
And
it's
that's
one.
why I was trying to get us to talk about the two of them separately, because I
The
was
2 different ones.
understanding they were two different
Understanding is
things.
the you and purpose.
Okay.
So do we want to just strike understanding from
Understanding
this?
is in purpose, okay.
All right,
All right, purpose, good job. So,
we're a little more concise now.
Yeah.
Do we want to sit on this while we have lunch and then come back to it at 1, or do you really want to get this nailed down before we break?
this is your decision, if you want to come back to it, we can come back to it.
He's hungry.
When we get, no, I work for you. All I'm trying to figure out, if everybody's comfortable, we can come back to this after lunch. And I just want to know, when we're done with this, we're going to start vision.
I'd say we finish it real quick. We're at the last one. Put a little pressure on everybody.
Comes that D over there.
Sorry.
What's it worth?
Huh?
What's it worth to you?
We can skip lunch. I'm ready to go.
I understand you.
I like purpose. But it's not me, it's all of us. Personally, I look at purpose, every one of us, just like someone said, has got a different purpose. And I hate saying this, and I'm sorry, but give me a different word. Everybody has their own agenda for say. The reason why you ran for an elected official is to serve a purpose and have a purpose to do whatever. And I think if someone asks you that, I think you need to give them what your purpose is. Because just like I said, with the organization as a whole, each department has a different purpose. They have a different role in the organization as a whole. So if everybody wanted to go and be me, boy, we're all upset. The organization's not going to be able to move forward without understanding our purpose as a whole. So just like you're saying, David, you have a different view of purpose. Kenneth explained the same thing. But whenever he goes out and talks to the public and someone asks, well, why are you here? Why are you doing this? Why do you come out with KKB and Parks Board? Why do you go out and change the flowers out? Well, that's my purpose. That's why I'm here. That's Kenneth. He goes and does something every day, but he feels that's his purpose, is to go out and serve our community as a whole. Chris is different. Chris does a lot of things behind the scenes. David does a lot of things behind the scenes. It's not that he's not involved or doing anything like that. David is very much, send me an email, send me the facts, let me look at it, let me analyze it. So I know how to communicate with him because that's what he does. So his purpose is different. Brad's the same way. Thelma's, everybody has a different way, and we go back to this disc. Well, you look at the disc, we all have a different purpose. And I teach that to our employees. Understand where you're at. Our public works, Stephen Roundtree, he was our employee of the year. That guy has so many purposes. You ask him, he says, well, I do this, I do this, I do this, and it just keeps on going. But you come and ask me something, well, what's my purpose? I turn around and I say, I serve our council. I help them make good decisions. I give them the information to make that decision for the city as a whole. We have 10,300 something people here. They're here to serve the community as one. So that's the way I look at it, and that's what I teach our employees, is just understand your purpose and be understanding while you do it. And that's the reason why it's an acronym, because you can't just define purpose. So how do you go about serving that purpose? You got to be understanding. You have to respect people. You have to have excellence. You have to be professional. You have to have opportunity. We influence people every day, if we like it or not. It's either positive or it's negative. There's nothing in between. Either they like what you said or they don't like what you said. They either like your policy or they don't like your policy. So the power of influence is bigger than anything else. And I'll go back to the Bible. The Bible shows us the influence that Jesus had in the world. And we base everything we do off of it. And I'm sorry I went that way, but there's a purpose. And they're all different.
Throw the Bible into, or God has a purpose.
Absolutely. He died on the cross for us.
Purpose is in the Bible.
Jesus was an eye.
I don't in any way want to eliminate discussion. This is Kennedale's foundational values. And leave it better than you found it: integrity, trust, faith, and purpose. Does anybody have any discomfort with moving forward?
I still think understanding ought to be included.
Mayor?
I'm fine with understanding being included.
Well, like I just said, I think it should be included.
It makes the acronym better, sure.
I can see this as almost a statement in and of itself, to leave it better than you found it, with integrity through faith and with understanding of others to accomplish the purpose of serving the community.
Yeah, how you order these is up to you. I only put them things up.
Not bad
on the
for
board.
2 seconds
So
ago.
if you all want to order them differently,
I trust
you know, they don't have to be.
She's a teacher no matter what.
You can add understanding back in there.
For purpose, what I heard you say, it's in understanding is in purpose.
So you just put inspiring trust in there in between faith and, yeah, got it.
Okay. Good. Yeah, I'm good.
I like group consensus, right? I'm an I.
Well, for me, we're not moving forward till we found common ground, and I said that in the beginning. That was our thing we were gonna agree on today, we're gonna find common ground. And that's what I think we have done today, is found common ground. I think it's time for you to take control. Lunch?
It's time for lunch.
Oh, I was about to say. What? Oh.
I had to
he
think
gonna
about
serve
David
us,
for a
or-
second.
I get a massage?
The time is 12:17 PM, March 7th, 2025, Anno Domini, and we are going to break for lunch. I've got 1:03 PM, and we are going to go ahead and reconvene. Mr. Sims, back to you, sir.
Thank you. So I really appreciate all your work this morning. We sort of took a break, just a minute. You all shared with us your most rewarding public service experience. We talked a little bit about DISC, and the strength of that is to learning about each other and learning about ourselves and each other and how to communicate. And hopefully you all have a better sense of how to communicate. And when you're communicating, that builds teamwork. And then we laid the foundation of this house that we're building. And that foundation is the values. And you all came to consensus on the values for Kennedale. And now we're going to talk about vision. Where are we going as an organization in the future? Vision statement, you can look up here, outlines the desired what state, future state, or long-term aspirations of the organization. Future, long-term aspirations are. It provides a picture, a compelling picture, what the organization aims to achieve in the future. Often inspires and motivates stakeholders for articulating a bold and optimistic, vision of success. It focuses on the ultimate goals and outcomes that the organization seeks to realize. Couple foundational pieces about vision. It's aspirational and inspirational. The future in the present tense. Excuse me. This air conditioner is triggering. An idealized description of a future state. It described the ideal future as if it had already come true. It should be concise, memorable, motivational. Now, here's the difference between a vision, and a lot of people get this confused, the difference between a vision statement and a mission statement. A vision statement describes an organization's long-term aspirations and desired future state, especially outlining where they want to be, while a mission statement defines what the company's current purpose, outlining what they're doing now. To put it another way, the mission statement is what your organization is doing now, today. Vision statement is what you hope to achieve in the future. I want to make sure we all are clear, because a lot of people misunderstand vision and mission statement. One is today, what you're doing today, and the other one's we're looking toward the future. And that's what we want to do here. I'm giving you some examples of vision statements. And I will tell you this, I've been around a long time. I'm 72 years old. I've been around, I've seen a lot of I've seen vision statements that got these long paragraphs and nobody remembers it. A vision statement should be something that's concise, memorable, easy to repeat. Excuse me. I don't know if you've seen those things, those long vision statements, flowery. A good vision statement is where everyone in your organization can repeat it. I'll tell you this, Cedar Hill, we came together with a vision statement 25 years ago, and this was a reference point, and most people in the organization can repeat it. To be a premier city that retains its distinctive character, where families and businesses flourish in a safe, clean environment. Our citizens repeat it back. I mean, it's short, sweet, premier, meaning first class, top of the line, holding on distinctive character, things that make us unique and special. A place where families first, businesses flourish. Flourish means vibrant in a safe, clean environment. That our citizens spit it back to us. So I'm just saying that it should be something that your citizens should see and communicate. And the bad thing as a city council is when a citizen comes up to you and they say, well, what you all are doing is not premier. Wow. Slap us upside. They hold us to that vision. And that's what you want, something in the future that your citizens, your customers, your staff, everybody can communicate, know what it is, know what it means. Okay, I'm talking a lot because I want you all to think about as we craft this thing. Avon, to be the company that best understands and satisfies the product, service, and self-fulfillment needs of women globally. Tesla, create the most compelling car company of the 21st century by driving the world's transition to electric vehicles. Facebook, to bring the metaverse to life and help people connect, find community, grow business. Goodwill, transform lives and communities through the power of work. Alzheimer's Association, A World Without It, and Dimension. Here's some others. Feed the Children. Look how, this is their vision. Create a world where no child goes to bed hungry. Ford, to become the world's most trusted company designing smart vehicles for a smart world. IBM, to be the world's most successful and important information technology company. Google, to provide access to the world information in one click. I mean, are they about their vision? Access to the world's information in one click. Southwest, to be the world's most loved, most efficient, most profitable airline. American Express, world's best customer service every day. Those are just, do you notice something? Short, sweet, aspirational, future-minded. Okay, am I painting the picture? I'm gonna give you all a chance to process because I got some C's in the group and I want you all to, before, I want everybody to kind of chew on this.
I like the good one that says transform. I don't know if transform's the right way, but lives, transform lives and community through power of work. I mean, I think, something regarding our residents' lives and our community through the power of work, using faith, purpose, trust, integrity to make us a better place in it, and then use Glover thing.
You're going to get a chance to craft it. And
I'm
so,
sorry, I'm talking.
no, I'm just saying, you're starting to craft
Taking
it.
a little too long. And all that.
So I have given each one of you a notepad. Okay, so I've given you sort of like some foundational pieces. Do you want me to leave any of this up as you, because I'm going to ask you all to now we're getting ready to go to work. Okay, so you got a notepad in front of you. And sometimes, I'm not saying close your eyes, but I want you to think of the future of Kennedale. Think of the future of Kennedale and how you want your city to look. I want you to take 6 minutes, just the words. 6 minutes, describe the words that you want your city to look, okay? $6 I'm putting, describe the words that you want Kennedale to look like in the future. And I'm starting my clock right now. We're about halfway there. The words that describe that future, aspirational, inspirational.
Writing.
I can't read my
Freaking tried. It's like, oh, don't copy off me. I can't read it.
That's how I protect my information.
I didn't know you can write Chinese.
I mean, I type 150, 160 words a minute for a reason.
I used to have to transcribe court cases quickly.
About 30 words, about 30 minutes. I used to type, but I don't know, when you get
That's like
arthritis.
programmer speed, which I hate programming.
Coming up on a minute.
You have to turn off your brain. It's mostly when you transcribe, that's how fast it is.
Just the words.
I'm thinking about it. It's a little slower than I'm thinking about it. You're like, Jeff, copy this. And
Time's up. Pins down. All right. What I want you to do now is count to 3.
1,
2.
I apologize, 3.
2. Okay. We're going to separate you. Okay, the ones coming out here. The 2s, maybe back here. And the 3s over the corner. And when you go to that place, I got some instructions for you. You can go to any group you want.
Who's coming with me? Come to the dark side.
1's here, 2's back here, 3's there. One, two, you're at 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. 1's here, 2's, 2. Can you not count? 2's.
Computer nerds together.
And the 3's.
I know it's like a random person, but then it wasn't. Get like how this got paired up.
All right, instructions are coming. Instructions coming. You each have separate words. Consensus on your 2 your your two individual things. Take the two words that Michaels, let's go back, have y'all come to a consensus on the separate words. There, there, Sylvan, come to consensus on the words that are on your individual page. You got separate words, come together, same thing. Mr. Lawrence, come to consensus on the words you have on your page. Try to come to consensus.
All right, I'm an aye.
Okay.
What do you got?
I mean, I just read two different versions of the thing.
Yeah, I was marking, going through.
And this might take a little longer, so I'm gonna give you 8 minutes on this one, because it's gonna take, you gotta come to consensus on the words that you have on your page.
Community
And we start now.
services, community-driven events, wonderful common spaces for a better way of life. I think we both agree on the better way of life one.
Better life, better community. Is this for us as a council or as a town?
I think it's the vision for the town. Alan, just to be clear, it's the vision for the town is what we're working on, right?
Pardon me?
We're working on the vision for the town?
Yes,
Yeah.
oh, absolutely. This is Kennedale's vision.
Yeah.
Yes, definitely community.
I have a fully developed community, and you kind of say that too somewhere.
To foster
Yeah,
being
foster
anchored in
community,
integrity, trust, and personal leadership. So
I
we
like-
take out the word leadership because it's not for us as a
Yeah.
council.
And I like the to foster. It's that's the purpose. That's the purpose,
Yeah.
to do something for action.
Well, I don't think, I mean, really, is it ever truly fully developed or is it always,
Always. Yeah.
always there? Is it
Absolutely.
So we could,
I mean, we're still in the infancies. We're in like the teenage stage of our town, really, right now.
we're in the terrible twos.
Awkward teenagers is what I call it. You look funny. We are.
Fight all the time.
To pull out keywords for me, taking out, let's see, community. I'll try to write that all. Micro. City services. And events.
Okay.
Common spaces. And better way of life.
Yeah.
Those are my
Yeah.
objectives, I guess.
No, that's good. Do you want a microeconomy or a thriving economy?
What I mean by microeconomy is that we're sustainable by ourselves. We take out money from outside of the economy and bring it here to spend here to keep it.
Sure.
Yeah. That's what I mean by microeconomy. It's not macro would be
Macro
the state of
state,
Texas,
okay,
basically.
okay, yeah.
And we could word that anyway. But basically, this means small business. Yeah. Better tax base, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I like better way of life and think that can be any of these other over here too.
Yeah.
I don't want you to write a statement. I just want you to come to agreement on the words.
Yeah, we're pulling all our words out.
And while you're doing it, I'm just,
Grading us.
no, I'm,
Trying to take a picture. So we're good on economy.
Yeah, we'll go on community. Yeah.
I still think you could, I'm 50-50 on the micro. I think you could almost say thriving because
Thriving, I like it better.
my money comes from Plano, so.
I like descriptions. Yeah.
see, he's writing his vision statement.
Yeah.
He's
We're
an
we're working on that.
I'm an overachiever, yeah. Or he's definitely an overachiever. So thriving economy. So city services is like, partnering with Y, the library services, police department, obviously,
I think that's all great.
senior center.
Yeah, I think we figure out how to work that in, but yeah.
Yeah.
I think
And then events, it's art and culture. If you don't have art and culture in a town, you have a dead town. You'll have a dying community.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
It can't all be about revenue.
And then common spaces would be like the library, the parks, community center eventually, hopefully.
Better way of life. Let's see. I like it.
Prosperous life? Prosperous, or a prosperous way of life?
I think how would someone else interpret that too? No, that's a bad thing to say, or if there's a more inclusive way of saying it.
Just for the record, it's okay to dream a little. A vision is aspirational and inspirational, so it's okay to dream a little bit.
You're talking to an eye here, what are you talking about?
I know I'm talking to you.
Can I borrow your desire, of how you want the city to look?
That's fine. Like when I build Legos for my kids, all of my stuff always just looks like square. Right? It's gonna be some sort of house or structure.
Sure.
And then it's building. It looks like something out of anime. Like it's an actual creature farms. Same Legos, it's completely different. How he can see it coming together. Whereas I'm like, nope, it's got to fit. It's gonna be nice and symmetrical. And he'll start like very random, and then it just fluidly kind of becomes like really looking for it.
Big Minecraft guy for a long time. When it first kind of came out, it was getting popular. I'm like, oh, those pretty good castles, whole villages, all this story me and my friend doing. And then I saw a video of somebody who made a computer in Minecraft. And I was like, are you kidding me?
Yeah, love it.
And nowadays it's with a video card, with video RAM and all this stuff. Are you joking?
It's interesting how some people just sort of the foundational pieces, what they see from that.
Yeah. Is there anything we pulled from yours?
Fostering community.
We're pretty much saying the same thing. That's the same way as Better Way of Life. Yeah.
In terms of city, is it city services or is it?
I was trying to think of a better way. I was trying to think of like perks, like what's and I tried to thesaurus perks, but it didn't work out. There's a word I'm looking for that means like stuff that's available to us.
Yeah, I think you could almost use the word, or you could expand to say access to city services, but I know what you're saying. If there's another way of saying, it's not benefits, but.
Yeah, exactly. Like if you go to a hotel, you get all this cool stuff because you're checked in there, right? It's all the perks that come along with that. That's what I'm trying to say, though. That's available. I don't have to use that perk that's there versus like a Motel 6 that don't have any perks. Walk your door and get your gun. I see. It's and it keeps like on the tip of my tongue. I'm like, oh, okay, that's not it.
But it's really, you have access to it, so it's there if you want to use it.
Amenities. That's the word I'm looking for.
So access to public amenities? Because it has to be city exactly, it could be like.
Public amenities. Instead of city services, that's what we're saying.
Yeah, I think we broaden it a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Because this is, I mean.
It's not just a city, we inspire the churches to do something or businesses to do something.
Yeah. Well, even the nature reserve right there, that's not.
That's Arlington, but ideally, yeah.
But it's on our
Yeah.
front doors.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
They call it Kennedale Mountains.
Well, interstate kind of cutting off Arlington, so.
It used to be the highest point in Tarrant County. You know what it is now?
The
The landfill. And it depends which day, but.
As you go in that subway, right past Wildcat Way, like it's just like the perfect thing in the horizon.
And they just like, what, 5, 6 years ago, got permission to go taller. It's just nothing we did about it. The state's like, screw you, Kendall, we don't care. We gotta deal with trash.
It's not just kind of, you go up past one, same thing, massive, just mountain looking hill, trash up there. So the amount of insulation that was blown all over 121 this week after that tornado. or whatever it was, ripped through the paint warehouse. It blew it like it was glass insulation, like foam insulation, all over 121 today. And that's all it is. You see, like, we're just ripped through.
Yeah, I saw that, yeah.
And the company has oh, like, so I just blew it all up over 121. Crazy week. Just being there, talking about trust, integrity.
All right. Time's up. You want to come back to the table?
Did we go back to our original seats or is?
Huh?
I'll move back to my original.
Go back to your original seats, because you're not done yet.
Keep it warm for you, man.
You went drinking my coffee, were you?
Okay.
You didn't put anything in it. did you?
Guess you'll find out if you fall asleep really fast.
Yeah.
So
undid the lid and spit in it.
now,
It is the vision, you remember? So it's like
I had
40,
the
50
safety
years.
lid on, so you couldn't do anything.
You got no trust, that we're saying.
so what we're going to do right now is just take a minute. And we're going to share the words. We're not done yet. We got another step. But I want everyone to hear everyone else's words. So just share the words you did.
Okay, to clarify, are you wanting us to share our individual list, or are you wanting to share what we came up with in common? Okay.
All right?
So we just put like basically our words that we, power words, I guess, instead of a statement. Community, thriving economy,
I'm going to repeat it. Community,
community,
thriving economy,
public amenities,
public amenities,
events,
events,
common spaces,
common spaces,
and a better way of life.
and a better way of life. That's what group one came up with. Group two,
Okay, so, friendly, safe, efficiently operated, balance.
friendly, safe, efficiently operated,
Balance between taxes and expenses,
balance between taxes and expenses,
welcoming, inviting.
welcoming and inviting. So that was group two. That was your consensus on the words.
Right.
Group three, consensus on the words.
No, we didn't kill him.
Behave, man.
No,
But there was 3 of you over there.
we came up with one word.
Come up with two.
Yeah,
No, I didn't say two, I just said words.
we have one word.
I'm sure they're great words
All the
though.
words.
Yeah.
It's the best word. It's the best word in Texas.
Were there any others you discussed? Your
Buc-ee's.
strong contenders?
Does it start with an S?
It starts with B. Buc-ee's.
If they're powerful words, you don't need more,
I
right?
didn't say vision statements, I said words.
It said
I think we need to write this word down on there.
Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's.
Brad's taking all the blame, is what he's saying.
I just said words.
Telling me to get mad at me. You hear what I said?
No, I hear you. I'm trying to figure out where we're gonna put a Buc-ee's.
You came up with Buc-ee's?
I'm being a smart aleck.
No, you're being.
Sorry. Yes, inspiring.
Wait a minute. You said now, I'm gonna say it loud. What is it? Inviting, friendly, welcoming, professional, fun, accessible.
And Buc-ee's.
Yeah, say peace.
Okay.
I like the Buc-ee's idea.
So you all heard everybody's words, okay? We got the words. That was, this first exercise was the words. And you had your individual words. Then you came to a consensus on the words as a group. All right, now we're counting off. Again, you're one, you're two. You're one, you're two. You're one, you're two. Remember again? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. The ones can stay here. The twos go wherever you want to go. I mean,
I like being number one. I don't have to move.
when you go there,
One
I got
after.
instructions. This is gonna be a little more. Because we're moving from just individual words to consensus words. Now we're going to form
Group words?
group words.
Hang on, let me write down what, because we just wrote our.
Ones,
You're two.
No, that.
One,
Shared word.
two,
one, two, one. One's here, two's
Somewhere else,
somewhere else.
preferably still in the building.
How are there 5 ones and 2 twos?
No, David's the two.
No. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. It should be
Even.
David is a
two
two.
groups of ones, two groups. There's a group of ones and a group of twos.
Yeah, Thelma comes over here.
Come on, Miss Thelma.
It should be 3 and 3.
Okay, and then I'm sorry, the purpose, oh, okay, I thought you said, okay. I mean, I'm with Buc-ee's. We have to beat Forest Hill because they want a Buc-ee's too.
All right, let me give you, so y'all going away? Let me give you
Yeah, I guess
instructions.
they're over here right or something, I don't know.
Any idea how many shootings we've had?
Like Walmart?
We could do the opposite of what they did.
Yeah, I know, your backyard's been kind of.
All right, instructions.
I see that. Your mailman's been complaining.
Y'all got words from a group of 3 groups. Now you got to take what you said in 3 groups, get your words, put them on the, when you're done, when the clock goes off, I want somebody to write them on this one, and then when you're done, write them on that one. Okay, that's the assignment. You're gonna reach consensus now on your words. And you're gonna put which group is this, 2?
Yep.
Okay. 2's gonna write their words on this easel, 1's gonna write their words on that easel.
Okay. Tell me again what words you reached consensus on, please.
Sure, we had community, thriving economy, public amenities.
All right, timer is start. You got 9 minutes. Give you a little extra time.
Events.
Consensus on your words, and then when you're done, you're gonna write them. When the time
Spaces.
goes off, you're gonna write them on the easels.
And then a better way of life is kind of the sign off.
Yeah, I have this in mind too, so.
So I'm. The Buc-ee's.
Can it right now. Let's get this.
What do you have, David?
Chris, I will hurt. Yeah, what were yours?
Accessible, welcoming,
Inviting.
inviting.
I'm taking myself out.
That's what I have.
Fun.
written down.
Okay.
I like accessibility.
it?
Inspiring.
Why do you have to keep looking at Daryl? Do you not remember what you discussed?
I remember what I wrote down.
Okay, anything besides inspiring?
I don't believe so, that we have 5.
Okay.
What were yours?
Ours were friendly, safe, efficient, operated, balanced, business, residential, welcoming, inviting. So it looks like,
Friendly, welcoming, inviting. Those are common ones for it there, for sure.
do you think that also goes?
Yes.
So let's do this.
I think Brad meant clean, we meant clean.
I had 22, but okay. So let's get welcoming. Can we agree on that one?
Sure.
What was the first one you said?
Inviting.
Well, we have safe.
I've got to show you. Do you not realize
Her D is coming out right now too.
sense of community? We
Yeah,
go along with
I like that.
This is the same thing if you give me. Yes. I'm going to work.
I want to share another one real quick we didn't do. Family oriented.
Meaning like.
That's a
It's-
good one.
That would go under community technically, but yeah.
That could be, okay, family oriented. I think that's a really strong one.
Yeah.
Because if we do that, we get that sense of community.
Yeah.
Now, we said, tell me about thriving economy.
So originally I put micro economy, but David had put thriving on his, and so thriving was better adjective, I think, for microeconomy, which microeconomy means like we take money from the outside of our city and bring it here. That's a microeconomy. So he was talking about thriving, which is the same thing, it's just a better way of saying it, I think.
Did we agree to the thriving?
Yeah.
Did everybody agree to that?
Sure. Yeah, it's more encompassing.
This wasn't a common one that Ken and I had, but I had it on my list, accessible. You folks also have accessible.
I had walkability at one point on mine, which is accessibility, really, when it comes down to it.
Does that have to do with common spaces?
Common spaces were like the library and parks, like good parks. But, you know, I want this to be a golf cart community, for example. So accessibility is to get to one end of town, like you're in the town, to Chris's end of town on a golf cart or
I
a
don't want
bike or
anybody
something.
on my end of town.
I know, I'm just making the point. From the left side of town to the right side of town, there's a way that we can.
Okay. Does that tie into public amenities?
Yeah, sidewalks, bike paths, absolutely.
Okay,
Y'all getting there?
Amenities?
I think we're
good. Yeah.
If you put all the Ds together, we're saying.
Or even accessible amenities.
does fun tie into public oriented?
I hope so.
Better tie into welcoming or inviting?
I think probably more inviting, but if we put fun, I think of fun is that we have activities to be able to be involved in. Our baseball fields, parks, things of that nature.
Theater in the park, concert in the park. That's why I put events. It's more encompassing of everything we do. Car show coming up, you know.
Yeah.
So inviting and fun through events.
Mhm.
Put your phone down. Okay, anything else that was on anybody's list that we just can't look at?
These are the
So
same.
this is what we have so far, welcoming, inviting, and fun through events, sense of community, family oriented, thriving, publicly accessible amenities. Safe,
Yeah, I mean,
safe.
no brainer, right?
Well, you would think that our neighbor to the west.
Oh, I know. But I'm sure everybody there wants to be safe too. Yeah.
No, I think that's the key word. Just public safety in a whole. So safe is probably one of the bigger desires.
We had a better way of life on there. I don't know if you want to play with that a little bit, but it kind of encompasses what we've been saying. Like, we want all this stuff for a better way of life. Everything that's on your list. I don't know if you want to add it or not.
We got some S and C, you know, just.
Social media and use the B word. HFH. At least it'll be positive now, right? I like all those, but I do think the safety part.
You are stronger, you have less of the other pieces.
Those all lead to a better way, right?
Yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying.
I still like this.
But near the outer band.
And that's where the better way of life comes from. Like a synonym to that, basically.
Okay.
One and the other, just to kind of be kind of
Who are you looking at me like that?
I enjoy you, Thelma. I've worked next to you for a long, long time up here.
Oh,
Do you get to put it on the board?
Oh, yeah, somebody with good handwriting, because I don't have good handwriting. I mean,
no, you do not put Darryl Hood on the board.
Okay,
I have seen Darryl's.
this is mine. Yeah.
I actually.
if you're done.
Okay, good. Well, you're an English teacher. I mean, I expect. We've seen it all.
But I couldn't, I had a really difficult time. I had a child.
Good effort.
There we go. Over there. one picture is over there?
Yeah, somebody with better handwriting.
You gonna be our presentator? All right.
What is this? Oh, great.
I got a paper one time, I was graded. The entire thing was written like that. It was very light.
Ever seen the Saturday Night Live skit?
And at first.
Yeah, you would.
That one was different. It's like, honey, could you write just a little bit?
I knew a kid who did that, but it was
It was very, very neat. It was very light, and it was so small. It's like, oh my gosh, maybe we could just type yours.
He's gonna die on that sword. He wants a Buc-ee's, damn it.
I'm gonna go to work with Becky when I retire.
Would you find writing this?
She does not need to write this for you. You can either write it or.
Hey, you have pretty good handwriting, Chris. That ain't
You're
bad.
doing fine. Keep going.
I'm surprised. I thought you had chicken scratch like me.
That's the first one I've seen that you didn't have somebody in that other group.
Because I'm inspirational. I'm an I.
Normally you got a little bit of everybody.
After I took the test, I took the time.
Good. By the way, there's a lot of good information on there. If you, come here for a second.
You're in trouble,
I done got
Kenneth.
in trouble. Do I have to go in the corner again?
Did you almost fall? You look like you would. Oh. I don't have one. Oh, there it is. Is that down? Oh, there we go. I like the Lord over people.
I made a mistake of sitting in one of those chairs that's shaped like your spine. It has like a nice head support that's
Yeah.
distinct from it. I say mistake because I was like, I really like this and I want one now, and they're not cheap,
Yeah.
but they're so like just to be able to lean back and just your head's well supported.
When you go to Facebook Market, they have like, you look up office chairs, you'll see like a warehouse full of them. Those are the guys who, corporations close, they buy up everything. Man, there's some good deals in there.
Yeah, you can find some good Herman Miller in there for sure. I know guys who like they kitted out entire offices from used cubicles that only used like a year. They broke them down. Front face.
Yeah.
Right. Oh, okay,
I mean, I would suck up to my boss too. I mean, I'm just saying.
Let's go to Dollar General.
Some of them are just more common.
We're in Texas.
Between OC.
That's all I drink.
Where's my prune juice?
Just complaints.
Didn't think about the fact that stronger formulas of coding, but it is, until I found out.
Yeah.
And the guys in lumber were like,
I get it.
you drink RC?
I love RC.
You got everything written?
That's like one of the strongest formulas, so now they can have some kind of balance.
Everything written?
When the tire store used to have the Coke machine up front, they had RC. And so 1 in the morning, I'd be going over there with the RC.
That's two. I'll wait till they come back. One?
That's, we're one, yeah.
We got this. We got two different groups of words. Some have more words than others. Where's, who's, this is group, which group is
That
this?
should be two.
Two.
This is two. Let me write this up here.
No, I didn't do that.
This is group two, right?
There's there, right?
Yes.
Where's three?
There was no three, we numbered off in twos.
Oh, I forgot, sorry.
This is group two, and this is group one.
I had so much fun with three groups.
All right, this is group one's product, correct?
Such as it is.
And that's group two's product. Could I have group two, please stand up?
Yes.
Group two, yes, stand up. That's your product
Stand
over
up.
there. Come to their product over here.
Huh?
Come over here.
Critique us. Be a C on us.
Right, circle, whatever, highlight what you think, you wanna, you know. Yeah, overlap. All right, here. Group one, come do the same to group two. What's overlap, or if you didn't include it, we didn't put it, but I'd be okay with
Aren't
that.
through all of them except for on me.
Let's just keep going. Daryl, move, please.
Group one, look at their product and come to some kind of a consensus as to what they had that you agree with.
Say, let me get out of the way.
We did have thriving, we just didn't say the company.
Because I look, to me, I look at this.
Family,
We
I
didn't
think.
really have friendly, but inviting, we definitely had inviting.
Circle, underline, whatever, I'm gonna let you decide what, let me get you a strong word.
Told you.
Yeah, we merged. Yeah.
So,
Don't
you
cheat.
all did, group two said,
Oh, yeah.
you wanted it to be inviting, you want to circle that one?
Is it smelly ones?
Okay. Say,
I mean, that was a broad sort of.
A lot of this compared to ours. Here is a lot. I mean, this, we do a better way of life. That's back to ability to eat.
here, I'm gonna let y'all decide.
I think we're good.
Thank you.
What I would disagree with you.
Getting that time in the afternoon? Yep.
I mean,
From 2 to 4.
I'm not saying you're not wrong, or not right, but for some people, they don't, they're introverted, they don't let me out.
It's not the city. It's not the city. It's a better way of life.
I mean, do you all understand? Y'all starting to come together on a vision for the city.
No, I'm not saying we had to take it away, it can be added. I mean, you can just, we can.
I mean, this is a consensus decision.
Period.
This isn't mine, this is what, this is your product. When they're done, we're gonna talk about it.
Otherwise, we're gonna get Buc-ee's up there real soon.
We're working through some things. We're working through some things.
They don't have a framework.
Sit down. Sit down, Ken.
What? Looks like kick you in the knee.
You have your boots on? Damn, yeah, don't do that.
Now, support, we got the fundamental words to a vision. Now we're gonna start putting it together. There's agreement on inviting, community, thriving, safe, leading to a better way of life. So, I mean, now we're gonna start putting this together. Huh?
You got AI. Please
You
don't.
could- I mean, that,
If you understood AI models, please don't.
I could do a real AI, but the reason why I don't want AI, because I want you all to do it. AI would make it easy for you. And I don't want to make it easy for you. I mean, I want you all, I want these words to be Kennedale City Council's words, not AI's words. You're right, AI could just, they'll spit it out.
So what are we're basically saying,
Let's pause for a second, write down what you think you're hearing.
Write down your vision with those words, basically.
The vision of the word?
With the, using the words.
These words. This is, I understand what I'm saying. You all are developing Kennedale's vision. So write down what you think you see as Kennedale's vision based on this exercise. Because we went from individual words to words, group of 3 to a group of 2. Now we're coming down to a group of 1. Okay. I wrote down just what and you can share what you each have. And what we're doing is we'll come to agreement. But let me tell you what I saw. That you have an aspiration of being a friendly and inviting community, or a friendly and inviting family-oriented community. Did I hear that correctly? You want to be a friendly and inviting family-oriented community. Correct. With a thriving economy that's safe and fun. How close are we?
And maintains our sense of community while leading towards a better way of life.
Okay, we're trying to keep
That's
this
kind of
short.
my-
So
Mine was more condensed.
Yeah.
Mine was to have an inviting, thriving, and safe community for a better way of life. Which is half of what I originally wrote.
I had thriving economy, so you want thriving community or thriving
Well,
economy?
we were, like, what we were talking about, I guess we were talking about is thriving can apply to a lot of things, our economy, our, our, just our general health. It's a,
Friendly, inviting, family-oriented, thriving community.
So mine was similar to, do you want us to go in order or just start yelling?
You can throw it out, because I'm writing down what I'm hearing.
So mine's similar to Jeff, probably because we started working on together, to foster a safe, inviting community with a thriving economy leading to a better way of life.
You all are,
To foster a safe, inviting, and thriving community that leads to a better way of life for all of Kennedale.
It's pretty close.
We're all,
we're all in the general.
we're all there.
huh? Yeah, give me another one.
Kennedale is a thriving community leading to a better way of life.
Okay.
But you want to be aspirational.
Yeah, you want to be, it's what you want to be or have in the future. It's aspirational future. So someone says to be or to have, that's kind of.
I think the only thing I think we're kind of different on was the thriving community versus thriving economy.
I have community too,
I have thriving community,
I had safe and inviting community.
but I have safe too.
And
If we are a thriving community, we will have a thriving economy.
Right, it leads to, but this leads to that.
Yeah.
So what, sorry, which one, in your mind, which one was?
The thriving economy leads to it.
Okay, now I'm gonna take the words off the board, and we're gonna work on the vision statement. Because you all are real close. And I'm blown away. And this is a Kendall vision. You want this one over here too? Hold on, I'm gonna write what you all say. Okay.
Hey, Derek, by the way, I don't have my office, my city phone with me.
To be. To have.
To be or not to be.
To hold and to love.
Oh, actually, I like David's opening. What's your opening
What
again?
was yours, David?
To
To
foster.
foster. Yeah, I like that way
Safe,
better.
inviting community.
That's like a soft action word. I love it.
Foster. So here's, community is in here, but I heard community in different ways. Friendly community, I heard inviting community, I heard family-oriented community. I heard a thrive in the community. I had multiple descriptions of community.
I think inviting should be first.
Okay, I'm gonna put this in here.
Safe.
I think inviting starts to, like, if you come here, we can have all this, is how I'm looking at it. So we can have a safe community, we can have a thriving community.
Yeah, but in terms of, Maslow's hierarchy of needs, safe is gonna be that foundational element.
Right, it's safe, if you can foster the safe, a lot of the other things fall in.
Right. If it's inviting and not safe, what do we really have?
Ultimately.
I think that's an oxymoron, actually, inviting safe.
Inviting but not safe.
It can be inviting.
I've been in some places in my life that was inviting, but it wasn't safe.
I mean,
You know, where is it? Friendly, inviting.
I'm safe wherever I go.
Go to Mexico.
Can't be more
Very inviting.
Oh, yeah. But we can drag you into this. I said, we can drag you into this.
Okay.
So,
So this is, I was, when you're all going around there, I was writing down notes and it pops up on these. I had, somebody said friendly community, an inviting community, a family-oriented community, a thriving community. I thought, friendly, inviting, friendly, family-oriented, and thriving. You got 4 different descriptions of community, which isn't bad. I mean, if you want them all or if you want to reduce them, but something, community. Well, I was just going to say that is safe and fun. So you can be all these things and safe and fun.
foster.
Or,
For sure.
A
Fun, I
safe-
think is, I could leave
safe,
fun off of
friendly
it. I think safe is
community.
I mean, for me, we need a direct object. So for a better way of life, that's what all this is for.
that leads to a better way of life?
Yeah.
Is everybody okay with it? Because,
Leads to a better way of life should kind of be the culmination.
I mean, that's why people, exactly why they move here, is for a better way of life. With the Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's in parentheses. Want Chris to be happy. I want him to sleep well at night.
way of life or quality of life?
I think,
The beaver needs to be our new signature.
yeah, I think a way of life.
I said leading to a better way of life. So again, aspirational, leading,
Because everybody's way is different for what they want.
right. That's why I think
That is leading?
leading, that leads, or,
That leads to.
yeah. Well, so the way I wrote it, so again, I'll restate it, to foster a safe, inviting community with a thriving economy, leading to a better way of life. So everyone will read.
I have 4. That's more simple, but yeah, leading's good.
Again, it's
Okay,
built.
so since we're gonna do this, all right, so
A on top.
I think I heard some generally good, positive things about leading to a better way of life as the closing.
I like our opening and closing on that for sure.
Okay, tell me, we're close here. You all are freaking amazing. I mean, I've seen this take hours. I'm just,
Yeah, it's a small town.
I think
Oh.
Foster needs to stay.
I'm not trying to be funny,
love
man,
it.
but I've done this a few times, and even ours, it took hours, so.
Can we lock in the opening and the closing on that?
Yeah, well, that's what I'm trying to do. This is locked in, this is, and so, we're locked in here. Leading to a better way of life, and
Foster.
Foster,
Yeah.
okay.
Because everything should be fostering that.
Okay, and so here we got inviting, friendly, family-owned, thriving, and safe. Which one of these go before community? Because that's where that you all want to be, is this, one of them is going to be inviting, friendly, family-owned, thriving, safe. You can have them all, you can pull, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got 5 descriptions of community.
I still feel that safe should be the first one.
Agreed. That is foundational.
Okay,
Safe?
Thelma and I both think the safe should be the first adjective for community because it's foundational to everything else.
To foster a safe.
Friendly.
And inviting community, can we do friendly? and
these are
inviting?
you all, okay, we got 5 descriptors.
Foster a safe, friendly, inviting community leading toward a better way of life. I mean,
Now, you gotta remember, we took out the faith as, faith was pretty high, or.
I know, but we're gonna, you could,
Okay, it's
you
different.
got your values, so that's,
Okay, so if safe is going to be our first, what needs to be our last? Because if we can establish those two, I'm thinking right.
Thriving community? Yeah.
I will say this though. My conversations with you, I'm staying out of this, but you all have made this clear. Family oriented is pretty strong.
True, but if we can establish our first and our last, then
it's
we can
easy.
sort of figure
Okay.
out the middle.
Then it's about flow after
And I
that.
think
Okay.
thriving is going to be the last one, the one that's closest to community, because whatever we put
Thriving
before it will lead to that thriving.
right.
Having a thriving, family-oriented community leading to a better way of life.
You get, I mean,
You left out safe, but yeah.
Safe.
You're on the
safe,
PD.
inviting, family-oriented.
Thriving.
Yeah, I think thriving community can need to go next to each other.
family oriented.
I'm with Thelma on that one.
Thriving. Community that leading to a better way of life.
Now, I'm going to play devil's advocate. But there's a reason. What if, does that exclude people who don't necessarily have family?
Family to me, like my wife always says, it's the village, right? It's not just my immediate family, and it's all the friends and the neighbors that we surround my family with.
My husband and I got rid of most of our families, people we pick, but.
Yeah, family is not blood to me.
And so that, and I'm playing devil's advocate for a reason, because this is kind of an important statement. That we're not defining family because obviously there are a lot of definitions of it. Do we need to include anywhere in there inviting or friendly? Does anybody feel that we need to?
Foster, safe.
That's also what's defined by the community.
Valid point.
I'm okay leaving out inviting and friendly. So it'd be to foster a safe, family-oriented, thriving community that leads to a better way of life. Is that what? Yeah, that's what we're saying. I have no problem leaving out
Yeah, inviting
inviting
friendly
or friendly.
is not in there.
So would it help anyone if we had that somewhere on a clean piece of paper so that we get?
Rip it.
Rip it out. We did that. Hang on, Derek. Alan, sorry, 1 second before we do that. Let me just ask the question. If we leave family-oriented in it, are we also excluding any other businesses? So think about maybe you're reading this and you want to move your business to Kennedale, and you read that, is it going to feel like, that's not really the place for us to land?
I mean, if you're a strip club.
Asking the question.
I hear you.
That's why.
I think it's just the opposite.
Okay.
Everyone that I've talked to is pointing that family-oriented hometown feel,
Hometown Christmas.
with the dance, things of that nature, which in the sense of what we create.
Well, that's your community. That's the
Well,
involvement.
that's what they want. It's all based on. It's really, every business owner I've talked to that has. One of the first questions they do, they ask the council, what's the council like? So we put that one to the side. But the next one is, what is your community like? What are their, they want to know what the community is like.
Faith-based, family-oriented community is what we are.
Okay. Just wanted to ask a question.
Yeah, I get your concern, because like you, let's say you have a big commercial company, like, let's say Amazon, I don't know, it's not my,
Buc-ee's.
they're just, anyway. You know, let's say we had a big warehouse, let's say there's a new Amazon that comes up, they want to put it out here, or they care about families, so they might not like to look.
For me,
Turn them off, but it might.
The best workers are the ones like dad, mom, 5, 6 kids, right? That's the best worker, the dad, because he has to make that money to feed his family. Best worker you can ever have is a family man, in my opinion.
But we have historically been known as a bedroom community. Some members of the populace complain that, there's too much tax burden on rooftops and they want more sales tax revenue, blah, blah, blah. So again, just asking, do we want to just soften that or leave it?
Soften it
Plain
out.
devil,
We could
Soften
soften
it
it
out.
with inviting.
Well, let me add to that. I'm hearing you, safe is in there.
Yes.
Thriving, if you put, safe, family-run community with a thriving economy, that kind of grabs the commercial side, the business,
Financial side of it.
yeah.
Well, a thriving community, I think, encompasses more than, includes the economy. Yeah.
Thriving community, you can't have what, the core of a community. It's the residents, the business, the school,
Yeah.
the faith-based nonprofits, business is a part of it. You can't have a community, a thriving community that doesn't have a thriving business sector.
Correct.
It's not a thriving community without how do I say this right?
Well, if we're thriving in a community, our economy is gonna be strong.
Yeah, that's true. If you got a thriving community, your commercial sector's strong.
Yeah.
If you got a thriving community,
Faith-based.
commercial, residential, commercial being business, residential, faith-based, nonprofits, schools, that's all the components of a thriving community.
Going back to what David said there, and I think we can solve the dilemma of not canceling anybody out, for lack of a better phrase, by doing something as simple as including the parking lot.
Agreed. I mean, I had invited in my original one. I'm not trying to push it, but yeah.
What'd you say?
I think that if we included the word inviting in the statement, it would take care of the dilemma, the one that I brought up and that David also brought up, of not excluding anybody or anything.
I'll tell you the truth.
Safe, inviting, family-oriented.
If you're a family oriented, it's a good bet you're from. It's a good bet you're from. Okay. Let me do this. Take this, and I'm gonna write it out, and then we can look at it and see if we're ready to tweak it anymore.
What in the world?
Man, I need a
Anybody else want a
secretary.
Dr. Pepper? You do? Anybody else? Dr. Pepper, Brad?
Diet Dr. Pepper for him.
I don't have diet, I just have Dr. Pepper. Just two?
I'm just
Thank you, Dr.
jostling
Joe.
you.
That's freaking
Diet
sad.
sun kiss.
Sun-kissed.
Giant Sunkiss, it's awful.
Right?
We can.
Alan, we'll take a break while you transpose that. How about that?
We don't have to announce a break, do we?
Yes.
We're just,
We're still in session.
We're still in session.
okay, I need all number ones over there and number twos over there. And then we'll just make it work. I'm fixing to go do a number one. Back to your number two.
Too much.
I think the video's still going, so y'all watch what y'all say.
Oh, I'm just. Hey, Brad, let me ask you a question before you go.
Are you on a break?
Yes.
Yeah, intermission. Done. Now? What about now?
It's 2:26 PM. We are going to go ahead and reconvene.
Is the battery dead? I don't think we have ours on, do we, Jeff?
We're going to go ahead and reconvene at 2:26 PM.
Okay. So, question mark. Are we close?
We're definitely
Are we close?
Yeah.
Let's start over. Yeah, we're good.
Let's start over with Buc-ee's.
I'm just, are we close? Okay, we're close. Generally, I'm trying to find, what I hear is we're close. It's not.
It just needs to
everybody-
flow now. It needs to.
Well, I mean, I still kind of question the thriving. I mean, are we actually really thriving or?
Well, we want it to.
This
We
is,
want to
this,
thrive.
this is the vision statement.
Right, okay.
This is what we want.
And we want to leave something about some type of business or economical.
Right.
And I still say thriving applies to business, faith, churches, whatever is going on in the community. I think that encompasses it
It
all.
takes a lot of things to thrive.
I mean, as long as me and you have lived out here, technically thriving, if you go back in the 70s, we went from 1,500 to 2,000, now we're at 9,000, so yeah, I guess we are thriving.
What's missing?
Sponsor a safe community to a better way of life.
What's missing?
You got safe, that was your top priority, which makes sense. Family oriented. Thriving, community. I repeat, community is made up of what? Is residential in community? Commercials in community?
Well, it's everybody.
Faith-based is in community? Nonprofits, schools, all of that's in community. You can't have, those are fundamental pieces of community. So thriving community.
I think you see what I'm seeing. Something between community and leading, right? Grammatically wise.
Seems a comma.
Like I keep going to
Well, this is a
community.
fragment.
I'm sorry, say that again?
It's a fragment.
Yeah, it's a fragment. And then there's also voice or tone or tense. I'm sorry, the tense is what I'm looking for. Like for me, it's like thriving community that leads but leading is still good
That
too. But
leads
there's something.
Would,
I had an old city flashback back in like the 80s and 90s when it was building for a better tomorrow.
Was that a commercial?
Huh?
Wasn't that a commercial?
No, that used to be the city's
Oh, here?
logo, yeah. Building for a better tomorrow.
I remember that. We can do a better way of life for whom?
We can get very specific and say to all stakeholders or for everyone if you want to get generalized.
Well, for all
I think it
residents, but we
applies,
shouldn't, that's,
Then it cuts
then
out
it,
our business.
right, and it gets exclusive, whereas
I
we
agree.
stop there, it's not excluding anybody, it's just period, done.
Okay.
That's a strong closing statement too. Where I'm like, my English major in me is coming from is that thriving community and leading, just in between there, some transition.
Well, it needs a
I
comma
think-
there, for sure.
Okay, so this is a vision statement, right? The vision for Kennedale, if you preface it this way, the vision for Kennedale is to foster a safe, family-oriented, thriving community.
Leads to a better way.
That
leads.
leads within.
That's where I'm
Well,
hiccuping.
do that
Yeah.
instead of or do it family
That
inviting,
leads-
family inviting,
Leads.
to foster a safe, family inviting, thriving community to lead to a better.
I mean, that ain't bad either. Instead of oriented.
Yeah, put in family inviting, thriving community.
Invited to your house?
Huh?
Everybody's invited to your house?
I don't give a shit, just bring the beer, we're good to go.
Yeah.
I really think you need to stick with family-oriented.
Okay.
Family inviting is
Well, I mean, we are awkward.
We beat our own drum, so. Leads.
I mean, that looks perfect to me.
Better way of life. Yeah, I like that.
I like the flow. It's
The
easy to
flow
remember.
that leads to a better.
Still needs a hyphen between family and oriented.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hyphenated? Yeah, it is hyphenated. Well, this is all grammar stuff. We're nerding out over here.
Let's not do
Yeah.
this. Let's not do the grammar. I'm trying to get the, the vision. I mean, we're gonna turn this over to some,
Let the English majors have fun.
yeah. Yeah, if I can get it to 80 to 90%, we'll get it to the professional grammars.
I think content-wise, it's
Perfect.
pretty good.
Found, Thelma Kovacs. I'm gonna do Mr. Bucky's. I mean,
That joke's gonna go for a couple of weeks, by the way.
Mr. Bucky's,
I'm good.
I think it's perfect.
Mr. City Manager. Okay.
I'm gonna get you a shirt next time I go to Buc-ee's.
So there's some grammar
Should go to Buc-ee's
tweaks to
tonight,
it,
dude.
but
I got a Buc-ee's.
I don't even think it
at
needs
the house
too much
you can
tweaking.
okay. All right. Now, the hard part.
What do we take out?
Huh?
What do we take out?
No takeout. The next part is, okay, question. We're going to develop a strategic plan. Is it a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan?
10 year.
Huh?
10 years.
10 years?
Yes and yes.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
should, you should have a 5-year
10.
plus. and-
Well, I mean, if it's 10 years, 5 will be included in that. But if you do a 5-year, you're going to do 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But if it's 10 years, you go 10, and then, boom, 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 boom. So if it's 10 years, anybody opposed to a 10-year plan?
Government moves slow, and it should, and that's the issue. That's why you need 10.
All right. Now, next exercise, and this is probably going to take us to our closing time, and this is going to start. On those people, can they leave these, all this stuff here? I mean, as far as my notepads and pimps, and can that, because I mean, you're going to come back here in the morning, we're going to pick up from where this, but okay. To accomplish this 10-year plan, you're going to have a 10-year plan to accomplish this vision. What needs to happen? And let me tell you what I have. What needs to happen? When does it need to happen? Who's going to do it? And there are going to be things, so what needs to happen? When it needs to happen? Who's going to do it? Where? Because you got it, certain things are going to happen in northwest, southwest, southeast, southwest. Where? How? And that is typically, I'm going to cover some of this tomorrow, but the how is a strategic plan is such that you develop it, and then you hand it over to your city manager and say, implement this. And you hold him accountable because he has a specific charge. He's got it spelled out what he's supposed to do. So the how is the city manager's responsibility. And the why. And why, the things that are on your list, why do we need to do this? So, okay? So start thinking about what needs to happen. And I'll give you some clues. If you're going to be a safe community, what are your components of safe? Police, fire. So those things up in that context right there. Family-oriented, what are family-oriented types of things? Parks, amenities, that kind of thing. Thriving community, you can't have a thriving community without infrastructure. So I'm giving you little clues leading to a better way of life. That's as broad as you want it to be. So what needs to happen?
So the who, what, where, when, how of this.
Yes. Gotcha. And what I'm gonna do is we're gonna start, we're gonna put all these things, everything in the world that needs to be done, and then we're gonna say, okay, this needs to be done, this is 2025, this needs to be done by a certain date. We're gonna say, you all first are gonna say the what, and then we're gonna put on there when it needs to be done, who's gonna do it, and then, by the way, there's some things that the council does. So, interactions with other governmental agencies. Some are city managers, some of you mayor, you don't have to do some of that stuff, because some of you gonna have to take the lead on it, as far as interacting with, because I don't haven't read Kennedale's charter, but some of it, the mayor is responsible for doing certain things. I don't know, maybe it's a matter of reading the charter, but some of it's gonna fall here, some of it's gonna fall in the council, because there's all sorts of things. And maybe I'm cheating a little bit, because this gets into a little bit of the roles. And I want you to understand that the ambassador component, working collaboratively with other cities, school districts, some of you, I don't know, we have neighborhood organizations. Every council member is assigned a neighborhood, is the assigned council person to a neighborhood. That's why I'm trying to say some of it's going to fall on the council, some of it's going to fall on the mayor, some of it's going to fall on the city manager. It just depends on how you want to structure it. But you got neighborhood organization, school district, county commission, who's going to be that lead there? Chamber of Commerce, state legislature, nonprofit faith-based organizations. Some of them are going to fall on the council. Some of them, a lot of this day-to-day implementation is going to fall directly on your city manager, but none of you are off the hook. I hate to tell you that. Okay. You got to roll in this. What needs to be done? Think about that. Start writing those things down. We got 239.
Use that vision statement is for what we need done to make.
Everything should, two things. With your foundation, your values, y'all spend some time talking about that foundation. That foundation is going to lead you to this. What needs to be done? What needs to be done? What do you think was done? I've got ideas. Daryl's got them. But what do you? Because you get into what I'm saying. You all are, I'm not trying to be funny, but you all are the most important keys to this future city. Because he implements what you say. You set the direction, he takes you there. I didn't know you that, how powerful you was, but you are. Everything should be done to fulfill the vision. What needs to be done? And I want y'all to take about 12 minutes and write it down. And what I want you to do is share those things so somebody else, what I've learned is when Councilmember A shares something, Councilmember B thinks about, oh yeah, he's right, and adds to it. And I'm gonna pause for a second. You all gave clues as to what needs to be done. You said this word. You said this one. You said this one, so thriving, and I also mentioned, and thriving includes commercial. So if there's something that needs to be done to get to this, put it down. City Secretary, Bobby, do you have somebody that is super grammatically, well, can you ship that to them and have them look it over? Make sure. You're supposed to answer all those questions. Just the first one.
What, when, where, how?
Yeah.
This is the first one.
I just got
Oh,
the
this
first
is
one.
first.
Just the what?
Oh,
I
is it
did.
just the
No,
what?
we're doing the what side of it, right?
Pardon me?
What needs to be done?
What needs to be done.
We're not in when it's gonna happen, right? Okay.
I'm an overachiever.
All right.
When we get the what's on the board, I'm gonna have everybody input into when, where, and all that kind of stuff. Right, the most important thing is what needs to happen. You all are gonna have lots of input into when, all that, but we gotta have, there should be a long list of what's to achieve that. Safe, family-oriented, thriving includes business community, thriving includes the schools, thriving includes the faith nonprofits, all of it, thriving, yeah. Community includes these four components here, the residential, commercial, faith-based nonprofits, and schools, at a minimum.
So ChatGPT says that the grammar is almost correct, but there's a slight tweak that we can make, and that is to foster a safe, comma, family-oriented, comma, and thriving community that promotes a better way of life. We want AI's opinion on that.
I mean, I said we're close, but we'll,
Promotes is a good word.
we'll, in the morning, we'll take this up again and see if we want to tweak that again.
It's one word, it's just changing leads to promotes, but.
Yeah. I like the promotes stuff.
Promotes is a little strong.
Stronger word, yeah.
More positive. I like it. You want to change it now?
Let's change it now. Why don't we? What say we?
Why did we do
Thank
that to
God
begin
for
with?
ChatGPT.
I make a motion. I knew one of you was gonna do the AI. I knew one of you was gonna do that.
I know what goes into AI
I
models.
could have
and-
told you it
I'm
wouldn't
not-
have been
We're not
me
ready yet
because
for
I
it
just
yet.
learned about this AI stuff this week.
Well, I'm trying to see what I did with my blue marker.
AI's been around for a while. Have you ever played a chess game on a computer? That's
Oh, okay.
No, that's machine learning.
No, but I didn't, I was
AI.
just told that you can
Same.
write stuff.
Machine
and then
learning.
It'll come in and correct it better.
Yeah, so have you
We can
seen
debate that.
the model now where
not
you can
disappoint.
change the reading level of the response? You can go
Second
kindergarten
grade.
to graduate school now and how you want the response to be written. It's fun to watch it dumb it down and then jack it back up again.
It's like dumb it down, goes to
Someone's
social
How did
media.
I,
Show me how to.
what
do
did I
it.
do with the blue marker?
Be smart in third grade, I guess.
I'm smarter than a third grader. or fifth grader.
You get beat up in
Oh,
third grade.
right, it's the whole.
I mean, English classes now are just completely, well, they're just, unless you just tell every kid to pocket every device and do all your writing by hand in the classroom or on a device that's not connected to the internet.
So basically, we're just creating zombies.
I mean, I have teachers teaching our kids, hey, on this one, use AI.
But it is interesting what it's going to do to the overall, like, general intelligence.
I agree.
Right.
Because the AI is based on the internet, as we know. Information on the internet that is wrong, that's correct,
I haven't
it's
been anywhere.
generalized. So if you look at the internet in 2022, it's wrong versus 2024, which is a little bit more right, but still wrong. That's my biggest issue with AI right now.
No, it's far from perfect. You see the one where, one of Google's suggestions, like, someone's like, I'm sad, what can I do about it? One of the early AI models Google was using, so you can go to a bridge and jump off of it. Because it basically.
Really?
That is an awesome.
Because that's what's on the internet.
It was a Reddit post.
And then I can influence that by, doing 1,000 websites that say the same thing.
Well,
And then when they do a new model,
Mom
it'll
used
say
to
it.
do that when I was younger. It's like, I'm bored, I need something to do. And she would say, go play in the street.
Go on the street, play with your friends.
Yeah.
And put a sausage around your neck, go play with the dogs. Yeah. Oh, being a southerner.
asleep tomorrow.
Okay.
It's just keep on
Like
coming.
we got some, people that work very rapidly. And we're gonna go to work. I lost the blue marker out, so I'm gonna have to go with a different color. Purple. All right. How did, oh, red, okay.
You do know we're a green town, right?
Okay, let's do green. I was trying to find the blue one. The blue one had disappeared. Okay, we're gonna do green. So, what do we have? What needs to be done to accomplish that vision? That vision, soft, family-oriented, thriving community that promotes a better way of life.
So you want to start with safe, is what you're saying?
No, I just want what needs to be done, because you all are gonna grade this. I mean, not grade
To be
it.
clear, that these are actions within the town that would need to be done over a 10-year period to achieve that vision statement, right?
And what we're gonna do is put them all on the board, and then we're gonna determine when they need to be done, and who's gonna do it, and we're gonna,
So
okay.
I'll go first. I have two, I think we start with. Improve and expand infrastructure and services.
I got that one.
And then I'll let him write that.
What do you mean by services? Police, fire, stuff like that? Okay.
Police, fire, public works.
It's not really gonna be safe if we grow and PD doesn't grow with it.
Turn this off. You guys finished ahead of schedule.
The only thing was improve and expand infrastructure and services. I have that. And then my second one was to increase.
Could I pause for a second? When you say services, what? Because I mean, this city delivers
Fire, police, library, park, everything that
all municipal services.
anything that a citizen could enjoy or partake in.
Events.
Or what leads to a safe community, put it that way.
All right.
And then my second was a little tighter, and that was to increase the supply of homes, because if we want to grow, we want to thrive, we need more people here.
I got that one too.
Oh, for safe.
Can we just say rooftops?
Yeah, rooftop.
Rooftops
homes.
be good.
I put that under my thriving, but.
Me too.
Rooftops or homes?
But yeah, rooftops would work because also what I got on mine is, I did smart growth and that would bring in more businesses too on.
I'm
Certain
just trying to
areas.
get to yours.
Rooftops are fine, yeah.
Okay, I don't want to put down unless you're okay with it. And Mr. Michaels, you said smart growth?
Mine was, a lot of it comes with rooftops. If you have the rooftops coming in, you're gonna have more businesses coming in.
So
kind of
you
business
said, I heard you say smart growth though.
Yeah, smart growth, yeah, so. Which would bring, more rooftops means more businesses opportunity.
Okay.
Then I also have just basic general, just roads and bridges,
So
which I mean,
we're
that,
we're getting into infrastructure again.
the infrastructure, right.
There's probably some need to expand water. I heard you all talking about that sewer.
And then,
There's all kinds of stuff in it.
another thing that
There's one development that needs a bridge, so we need a bridge or overpass of the railroad,
Okay.
and that can come in for safety.
well, but I also
I'll
look
take
at
two.
it, we have other bridges that everybody keeps hitting because it's a narrow bridge too, on Eden Road. So that's, to me, that falls under the safety.
Okay.
But I also did like parks and trail systems, because that's something I look, that families would use, if you have a walkability to where you can leave your house, walk to a park, and then walk to another park.
We're going to define this more because parks, tomorrow you're going to be defining where you want the parks.
Right.
All that. I mean, this is broad. We're keeping it broad right now.
And then one thing is a draw, something that's going to bring people to Kennedale,
Okay.
You
An
know,
event or something.
Destination.
a destination,
Entertainment or what?
entertainment destination. Or just,
Or a restaurant, yeah.
a restaurant, or, something it's going to say, hey,
Skating park.
have you ever ate this place in Kennedale? And it's going to draw people in. Yeah, but it's just outside.
Excuse me, y'all understand.
And then,
Entertainment, I heard you say restaurant.
yeah, I mean,
That's it, I
That's a
mean,
destination.
destination,
okay.
business growth.
Like if we had a brewery that's busy because they're a brewery, that's a destination in Kennedale.
A destination restaurant or just a,
Destination, anything.
okay, all right. What else?
Community events. I mean, we do some now, but to do more. You know, I look at other cities that, you know, they're branded as the Christmas town of Texas or the barbecue town of Texas. I would like to have some type of branding like that.
We're gonna put these on there and we're gonna prioritize these because some need to happen sooner than others. Some are more important than others. Some are what I would call A items, some are B items, and some are C.
Right. And that's what I
I'm
was
just
thinking.
telling you what's coming tomorrow. Don't come here thinking, oh, we don't have anything. I mean, there's a lot of work. I'm being totally transparent.
So throw everything on the wall and see what sticks.
Yeah, I'm throwing everything, then we're gonna define it, we're gonna prioritize this in the morning and go from there.
I'm good in mine.
Right? So,
I have,
Huh?
no, go on, Dave. Rail stop, transportation.
That's such a city
you want a
manager.
rail stop
point.
or just transportation?
Well, actually, need both, but rail stop is me and more priority.
We need more paper.
All right. Not gonna turn these off because we're not done with these.
You would bring that other
Yeah,
one
other
over?
one over, that's us. Want to bring that one over?
I'll bring this other one over.
That way we can side by side.
Oh, yeah, that was good, okay.
See, great minds think alike, Kenneth.
Created a civic center.
Yeah, that
Okay.
was mine too.
Told you.
Oh, man.
Told you, I gave you a free warning. It wasn't quick, you.
Man, those native Kennedalians.
Okay, you said create civic center.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay,
Who said that?
One thing that we're working on right now is the YMCA, so I don't know if that's too detailed, but
Community partners.
increase YMCA partnership or visibility, something like that, maybe.
Let's generalize with community partners, more community partners.
What if we just
so
add it to
what I'll
community
do is,
events?
I'll do community partners, and then you all still list multiple things under it, okay?
Okay, so we can list it.
Because I can't, there are multiple community partners.
Yeah, the KISD, churches, Rotary.
Yeah, they had precinct 2 in Arlington.
Let's start
State.
first community, okay? Tell me what's underneath community partners.
Churches.
You said YMCA, right?
Churches.
Churches, KISD,
What about churches?
churches, yeah.
Okay.
School district.
The nonprofits,
Even businesses.
like the Rotary clubs and the Lions clubs.
Just put clubs.
Civic organizations?
Yeah, civic, yeah.
Civic.
HOAs,
Homes associations?
home ownership,
County and state.
yeah,
Even federal.
and neighbors,
Federal, yeah. County, state, and federal. So just put government, I guess.
government.
Other levels of government?
Government organizations, yeah.
Okay. Well, these are all on the community partners, excuse me. Okay,
So I think I approached this a little differently,
okay.
because I took the concepts of safe, family-oriented, and thriving, and I kind of listed stuff underneath each of them.
That's what I did.
It's all, we're all
Now, a lot
gonna,
of what
this is
they-
all gonna get prioritized, so I'm
A lot
throwing
of
it up here and you all are
I had,
Here's what happens. You start here and you go down. And that's what we're gonna do. We're starting here and we're gonna funnel down. from there. So I just wanna get everything that needs to be done.
crime prevention programs,
I'm sorry, you say that again?
crime prevention programs.
Yeah, I had that on mine too.
Safe schools, addressing our homeless issue, which continues to be. a growing
Over by your
problem.
neighborhood, yeah.
And not just, we've got a couple of them that we track that go from where I live all the way over to Eden.
Yeah, they've been passing in my backyard too.
Routinely do this. This would probably be under infrastructure, but lighting in parks, public places, and neighborhoods.
Yes.
As far as family-oriented,
Just a second, public spaces, public parks. And where else?
I said, public places, parks, public places, and neighborhoods. Every once in a while, we're getting older neighborhood.
Older
that
neighborhood.
starts having lighting issues.
Spring Branch is a good street. Good example.
Under the events, I think we have a lot of those listed. Interacting more between the city and the schools.
Okay, that's other thing. We're gonna define that all under schools, because there's a lot under each one. I mean, there's a ton of stuff that,
Encouraging a variety of businesses, which in turn increase more work opportunities for residents.
say that again.
Encouraging a variety of businesses,
Okay,
in turn creates more work opportunities for residents.
by the way, I'm gonna just say a variety of businesses, because it does more than just work opportunities. It's gonna increase your tax base, it's gonna shift your tax burden from residential. I mean, there's just a whole bunch of, when you do this, you do 10 other things, okay?
Making sure that financially we're not putting the cart before the horse.
Okay, what does that mean?
Don't
We
overextend.
don't want to put like, so, yeah, we don't want to overextend. We don't necessarily want to put something in a part of town where the infrastructure is so badly crumbled that it can't handle it.
Okay, so,
And then continually auditing and evaluating for efficiency.
City planning, I think is what she was talking about.
City planner. We had infrastructure for it.
so, your second one, your next to last one, I'm trying to.
It would go back to stewardship.
Okay. Yeah, I just had a live that can.
Careful city planning.
Okay, okay, that's it. And zoning decisions. So I'm assuming you want to increase the tax base.
Yes.
I mean, I don't know how you're going to do all this without increasing the tax base.
Well, to increase the tax base so we can alleviate the tax burden is what we're.
Okay. When you increase the tax base, you do a lot of things with it. You have the money to pay for police and fire. You have the money to put in infrastructure. You have the money to, lower your tax rate. When you increase the tax rate, there's just tons of things that happen with that. Tax base, that's what I'm gonna say. Okay, because when you.
The last thing I had was interacting with neighboring communities.
Okay.
Yeah, state and local governments.
Okay. Who else am I missing? Mayor?
I think that pretty much sums up.
What I mean, I have generally the same stuff. What I have that's not on that list, like for safety, consensus of vision, a new police station, community policing programs, which I know the chief's trying to implement.
Yeah, we already got.
Yeah, a new ladder truck for safety. And then I said event center as well. Additional
And then
parts.
I'll just say public safety equipment, because
Right.
I suspect there's some need for something in the fire department. Nothing, I know you're a police, but
We're doing a pretty good job of that lately. This is one of the needs that we absolutely.
10 years out, that's what I'm saying.
I'm saying like 4 years out.
So-
Okay.
We haven't got to, I'm just saying over 10 years, don't be surprised if the non-police come and say, we need something, okay. Public safety infrastructure. Public safety and my safety, it's police and fire.
Jeff, like you said, you needed a PlayStation. I was like, PlayStation? And then
Xbox guy.
Okay.
And then the only other thing I have, and this could be under walkability or the bikes and stuff, was golf cart community.
Okay.
More just being able to go to one side of town to the other without having to get in my car. And family focused really as well.
I'd still sell it for sidewalks.
Yeah. Peachtree City, Georgia, they do that very well there.
All right.
That's my trail system. That's what I'm saying.
Did I leave anybody out? Mr. Gary?
Pretty much the same things, worded different.
Mr. Michaels?
We covered infrastructure, right? Is that on?
Yes, sir.
that page?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we're trying to fix a lot of our infrastructure.
Okay.
You know, we have a lot of like old sewer pipes and stuff like
I mean, infrastructure's streets, roads, bridges, water, sewer. You know, I mean, when we get infrastructure, that's a broad puppy, and some of it needs to be done right away, and some of it can be done, and so we're gonna do you know, and one of the things you might charge is charge your city manager to come up with a determination of all the infrastructure needs. I mean, we hired some engineering firms that came in and looked at the whole city, and they made an assessment. You got to have, this needs to be done, and some of it we don't need to do because I don't know how, I'm not knowledgeable enough to know, but having an outside firm come in and say, you need to have this done, you need to have this done, I don't know. That's just throwing that out.
We did that.
Okay, okay. You got everything?
Yeah, I think.
Yeah.
Get on it, Daryl. There you go.
All right, Mr. Glover?
We covered mine in the beginning.
Okay, okay, we're done for the day. We said 3 o'clock. We're gonna come back in at what time in the morning? 9. Okay, 9 in the morning. This is gonna be the most significant thing you're gonna do, because we're talking about a strategic plan to get to that vision. We're talking about how we're gonna get to the vision, and what steps, what needs to be done. We're gonna say when it needs to be done, who's gonna do it, all that stuff. And then from there, we'll go from there. It's a lot of work. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. Mayor, I'm done for today.
Thank you, sir. I guess,
Thank y'all.
we ready to adjourn? Anybody have? It is 3:10 PM, and we will adjourn until 9 AM in the morning.
Ding. Ding. Quack.